beginning of the day. What I still need to do is to post in there the what's happening and in what order. Okay.
I was actually doing some Twitter activity
I
today.
have done some Twitter activity.
We are, just in case you would like to, this is our academic conferencing
Yes.
Twitter account. So I'll leave that with you just in case you want to sync us to anything.
Right. Have you got access to this account?
Yeah, so I'm going to follow
So
you
if you find me,
yeah, I'll just retweet it straight away. Yeah.
and then you can retweet the link
Perfect,
to
yeah.
the live stream.
That'd be really good.
If the live stream is now running.
Okay.
Yeah, so they've got something plugged in, but
What are you trying to?
no, I mean we're working fine now on our
Yeah, okay.
own technology.
Perfect.
So thank you.
That's great, thank you.
Did you say it's just audio?
It's audio and screen
And
sharing.
screen.
So it's what we're not using a webcam, it's just what's on the screen together with the audio.
Okay.
Okay, good.
At work.
I know, trying to get them to come across a bit. Yeah. Okay, folks, so hello, welcome. Good morning and welcome to the Creative Connections UK conference. It's really lovely of you all to come here on a Saturday morning in October in particular. And I know that so many of you are in the teaching profession, obviously, and in education. So, you know, you've already had a really hard few weeks and now you come here and listen to us all day. So the aim of today is to be as creative as possible. One of the things we are doing, which is quite unique for us, is we are live streaming this event. That's true, isn't it, Miles?
It seems to be.
It seems to be, which is very exciting. Yeah. If you are predisposed to tweet or comment on Facebook, we also encourage you to comment on what you see throughout the day as well. And I won't tell anyone off for using their mobile phones, which is what I usually do with my students. Before we get started, a few things. I'll introduce myself. I'm Mary Richardson. I'm Director of the Creative Connections Project. So I am the National Coordinator for the English group, but it's also my pleasure to direct the entire project, which includes partners from 5 other countries across Europe. And we'll be telling you more about this as the morning goes on. On a housekeeping note, if the fire alarms go off, it won't be a practice, and there are exits there, and all of these doors open. So we're pretty well set up for escaping. And we meet out in the front car park, please. If you need to use the toilets, they're through that door, through the other door and down the steps. So just so you know where everything is. Obviously, we will be having some breaks during the day. You've each got a programme in your pack, and we'll be having lunch later, etc., and a short break this afternoon. It's really lovely to be able to welcome everybody here at Frobel College as well this morning, because the whole point of this project, when we came up with the idea for it about 4 or 5 years ago now, was to think about how we could approach a notion of teaching European citizenship in a much more creative way. And that fits beautifully with the ideology of Friedrich Frobel, after whom this college is named. He was the kind of original creative educator of the late 1700s. And I think he'd have been quite impressed, actually, with the kind of work that the students had done and the way in which we tried to harness what we knew of new technology. Because Frobel was very keen on learning about new ideas, new technologies, and promoting different ways of educating people and engaging children in education. And it's also extremely timely that our project has been talking about European citizenship at a time, I think, of intense tension about what it means to be European, about what it means to be part of Europe. Only this morning, I just skimmed through BBC News on my phone 5 minutes ago. There's already 6 stories. You know, the government are talking about pushing through a referendum on the EU, membership of the EU. There's consternation over how far we get involved with what's happening in Ukraine, etc. And these are all really important aspects of who we are and what it means to belong to Europe. So these are some of the things we're going to talk about today. And we'll also be obviously introducing you to our students' artwork, to one of our teachers who's kindly come to talk about how it was doing the project in her school. And we also have a panel of experts who are going to reflect on the day in the context of education for us. So Creative Connections is a partnership of 5 universities. The EU gave us just over £250,000 to spend on this project. So it's quite a hefty responsibility to actually take on this project and manage it over the 3 years. And it's also been really interesting working with 5 partners. It's been fascinating at times. It's been challenging in many ways, linguistically, culturally, but it's also been an amazing learning experience for all of us who've been involved. And I think it's a lovely tribute to the project that recently we were at a European Research Conference in Porto, and when we said goodbye, there were, you know, it was quite misty-eyed, I have to say. Quite a lot of people were like, oh, we're never going to all be working together again in a group. And that's great that we came from this background of, you know, working in different institutions, and after 3 years had created just these strong connections with one another. So, just to tell you a little bit more about the project, is what we've been doing is to try and use art education to explore different perspectives of European citizen identity. It's a very, very slippery concept, but it's also a Council of Europe goal, and it's one that keeps rearing its head. There are key competencies that EU member states are asked to address through their education policy, and one of these is actually looking at ways of creating a notion of European citizenship. And we realise how difficult this is. We have enough trouble in this country managing our own sense of citizenship, and it's no different in any of the other countries that we've worked with. So what we thought was, okay, we're going to build on a former project that we did a few years ago, but also look at different ideas. So the idea was about actually challenging children's conceptions of citizenship, challenging their notions about what it means to be Finnish or what it means to be English, but also getting the children to engage really strongly with the project, getting them to take some of the responsibility. In a sense, what we were doing is devolving some of the power in this project to the children who were involved. We were letting them help develop their lessons. They were given stimulus and ideas, and then they could take that forward. And that led on to our other key aim, which was about actually transforming their learning experience, giving them something different to do, giving them something that took them out of their usual space. They weren't just having things done to them. And that's a common issue, I feel, in educational research. Often we do stuff to children to find things out. What we were trying to do here was get the children to work with us to try and help it become a transformative experience. But then also what we were looking at was new ways of helping children to connect, not just in their own country, but across all the partner countries, to enable this engagement, to enable some transformation, but also in ways that would challenge them too, because we knew that, you know, the multilinguistic aspect of this project was going to be an issue. And so we will come to it later, but it's actually working with Miles Berry, who joined us on the project team as we developed it, actually looking at how we could use social media, how we could use online communications to really facilitate these connections very strongly. And as the research project has gone along over the 3 years, it's changed a lot. I mean, that's not a problem, that's what happens when you're engaged in research. But we've been able to try and embrace technologies as they've changed, as they've moved along. Sometimes really successfully, other times we've been like, oh, not sure how that works. But what we feel is that we've come out the end with some really useful information and stimulus for further research, but also quite practical information that we can give to teachers, that we can give to educators. So to give you a sense of the project, the process, we had 3 years from January 2012. We have our 6 partners in the UK, Spain, Portugal, Ireland, Finland, and the Czech Republic. And in each country, we involved 4 schools, 2 primary, 2 secondary. But what we did was we also split into 2 urban and 2 rural schools. Because we were looking quite in depth at this notion of citizenship, we wanted to see, as best we could, what differences there might be between children in urban and rural areas. And of course, I have to, you know, add the caveat that these are case studies of schools. We can't extrapolate anything about school-based populations in the UK, but they have shown us some quite distinct differences, which has been fascinating. All the teachers in all the countries worked on the project for at least 3 months. Some worked on it for slightly longer than that, but it really depended on the country, it depended on the school and what their particular commitments were. They engaged in the series of lesson plans and lessons that were developed by the teachers in tandem with the pupils, and we also spent time with the teachers ahead of this, actually training them, giving them advice, giving them materials. When the pupils had reached the end of that process and created images, some of which you can see in the gallery behind you, what they had to do then was upload these images onto a secure website, which you can see on the iPads at the back there. And then we asked pupils to write a brief commentary about their artwork. If you look at the website, you'll see this is interesting. This is where it gets interesting. Some people, you know, wrote lots. Other people just wrote, you know, I like pizza or something like this. So you got these it was really interesting just to see what they, you know, their comment and engagement was with it at that point. And this in itself, this kind of interface of changing from classroom-based practice to an online environment is something that we have found a lot of very interesting findings about that we will talk about later. Then what we did was, with all of the imagery, there was a blog posting and pupils were able to post comments to one another. Now, any pupil in any country technically, if you set this up broadly, should be able to interconnect with another in this kind of secure environment. What we did was we grouped the schools into fours, and this is the technical term for this is quad blogs, and Miles will talk more about this later on. And within these little secure groups of four, the pupils were able to comment on each other's imagery. But how could you do it if you're Portuguese and you're talking to someone in Finland, you ask? Well, we had machine translation software that we used, and basically pupils could type in their own language, post the blog, and then a pupil in another school could open the blog up and simply click on a flag to automatically translate all of the commentary into their own language. They could then respond in their own language so that the pupil in the original school could then have a look and translate it back and forth. More on this later, because of course you can imagine what happens when you start to get multiple translations. The software's good, but it is developing. So after this, we analysed our results. We've spent a lot of time discussing the work. We're now really into a phase of, hi, welcome, of actually developing the project further and slowly starting to write up. And this is one of our final sort of dissemination events. In all of our countries, this month and next, there are conferences going on, and I'm delighted today that Anna Marie, who's come all the way down from Rovaniemi, right up on the Arctic Circle, and she will be talking to you later about the Finnish perspective. And in about 3 weeks' time, I get to go to Barcelona to talk to the Spanish conference. So we're all swapping around conferences too, and I know Susan's going over to Ireland too. So it's very nice at the end that we're able to have this time to share and reflect. The final project outputs, which we hope will be of interest and are already garnering interest on the net from teachers, from academics and other researchers, are a whole project website, which we have a website up there at the moment, and you can look at imagery, but at the moment we're actually rebuilding the whole website. It will be relaunched before the end of the year, and you will all be notified when it goes live. And that will have a lot more detail of the project. We'll be able to actually show people a lot of the blogging examples. There'll be materials for teachers on there, free resources for teachers to download, and lots of ideas for how you could use the kind of findings that we have in your classroom in a very practical way. We were trying to make this as accessible as possible for teachers. We also have the electronic catalogue, which is available to look at today on the iPads. This will be part of the new website, and that actually explains all the key findings from each country, so you can look at those. And further from this, we are obviously all developing writing and articles and potential further feedback into conferences. So that brings us to the end almost of the 3 years. We just have to now write a huge report for the EEU, which is going to take the next couple of months after today. So this is all part of the final project. So each of us is going to talk about our area of expertise now for a short while. I have about 10 minutes to try and cover the feature of European citizenship. Okay. I know other people in this room have been researching citizenship for a long time as well. I've been researching it for about 15 years, and I'm still having problems trying to decide what it is. But I want to just pull out a few of the key themes. We had this notion when the EU was created, it's an oft-quoted statement that's attributed to Jacques Delors, apparently, that we've created Europe, now we must create Europeans. And I am fascinated by this notion of what it means to be a European. I do feel very European. I do feel very I suppose I would describe myself as an internationalist, always have done. And that probably also comes from family connections. I have connections around the world in different places. So I'm quite at ease at this multiple identity lark. But I know that some people aren't, and this is a testament to what's actually been going on. If we look at it from an English lens, which is how we're going to focus on issues today, and just look at the recent elections for the European Parliament, only back in May when our team all met in Portugal. It was the day after the elections, and we were all feeling quite somber, actually, about the results and about the change and the rise of the UK Independence Party and the kind of media that it had attracted. It was also very interesting to watch people like Nigel Farage and other people actually in the European Parliament being filmed that week, turning their backs on the council as the European anthem was played, etc., which begs so many questions about why one is even engaging in this process, and why you would respond in that way. I think the other big problems we have are around our political status and the way that politics is managed in the media, in England in particular, about actually who, how we discuss the notion of belonging, how we talk about our culture. So often we see it expressed mainly in the red top papers, it has to be said, but it's some kind of plot, there's some kind of conspiracy from Brussels. You'll often see that statement about, oh, it's over there in Brussels, that law comes from Brussels, but what does that mean? We don't really ever fully explore that. And of course, the other big issue now, more than ever, is to do with drawing this line on immigration. So making ourselves exclusive, pushing away that other, they don't belong here. So actually trying to, partition ourselves. And being an island nation, I think, also probably does have a lot to do with that kind of cultural standing. But these are important things that we need to keep considering, particularly in light of how children listen to commentary from parents, the messages they pick up from looking at papers, from what they read and see at home. So, how do we go about actually challenging these notions? Well, obviously, all the countries involved in Creative Connections have a curriculum for citizenship. And that's something that obviously is constantly evolving, constantly developing, but that in itself is problematic. It's been a part of our curriculum in England for 14 years, but it's still not a full subject, if you like. It's still treated quite, in many schools, with disdain. Teachers aren't necessarily always trained to teach it, etc. And it's just seen as some kind of add-on, even though it's a statutory part of the curriculum in secondary schools. So what we need to do is actually think about other ways to explore identity. And what we wanted to do with the project was actually really delve into the idea about culture and about trying to shift those very stereotyped attitudes of what it means to be French or Portuguese or Finnish. And we did actually discuss all these amongst ourselves as researchers too. We've talked a lot about stereotyping. It's a real issue. So when we look at art education in relation to citizenship, it's quite interesting that in the literature, there's not a huge amount of overlap between those subjects in schools. It's still something where you would think, because so many artists paint and explore themes of identity, belonging, etc., it's a huge part of the art world across all arts. It actually seems like a very natural way to actually explore these issues. So we wanted to really focus on this and learning from earlier work that we've done to use art as this means for transformation, but also to help pupils to really engage in expressing ideas in lots of different ways. I don't have to just write an essay for my citizenship class. Perhaps I could take some photographs. Perhaps I could create some imagery of some kind. And this is what we were trying to actually get people to explore with their students. There's a lot of literature on this, and I'm going to post all of the slides up after we'll email everybody all of the slides together afterwards. But I think one of the really interesting things is really thinking about how we actually see ourselves as a citizen of one whole, as Cho calls it, something general. I'm not sure that an idea of actually focusing on, the general is necessarily an attainable goal at this time. I think we do have to try and explore it a little bit further than that. We do have to think about the local, the national, the international. Most of our schools focused on citizenship in relation to a notion of identity. So really trying to delve into what aspects of me make me. But of course, what we do find, and we know from areas such as child psychology, sociology, etc., is that we actually are all very good at hiding parts of who we are. We create and constantly recreate parts of our personal selves according to what we're doing. So we live our lives in a kind of process of continual adjustment. Therefore, part of my argument on this area of the notion of European citizenship is that if we are constantly having to make adjustments, then how can we come out with an overall idea of what it means to be European? I'm going to just briefly use an example from our schools. As I explained before, in England we had the 4 schools. We trained the teachers and we worked with pupils in secondary and primary. I work with a rural secondary school with 2 classes of 13-year-olds. And I've just pulled out 3 issues coming out of the research I did in my school, which are obviously themes that I'll come to child-to-child blogging and the content, which we're going to talk about later, and how the children articulated identity in a range of settings. Now, these 2 images are very common. We found these across the projects in all countries. When children are given the open question of draw something, develop something that reminds you of Europe, we can see they go straight to landmarks, and often landmarks that remind them of a holiday or some kind of visit, or maybe geography lessons, etc. This student who loves pizza as well. We keep coming back to food. Food was a very common theme in a lot of the students' work. But more interesting, not that I'm saying these aren't interesting, because in many respects they are beautifully created pieces of artwork. Still, the one on the left is obviously still a bit in development. But the ones that struck me were on my 2nd and 3rd visits, were some of the older students who were just turning 14, talked about the things that they identified specifically within Europe were brands, particular brands. So the one on the left is brands of chocolate, the one on the right obviously are brands of car. And that was their summary of, well, when I think about things that are from different European countries, that's what I think of. And I wanted to recreate this imagery in a different way. So also we've got this nod towards a very globalized notion of, of how children are interpreting the world, how they're influenced by branding, how they're influenced in this way about, belongings, purchasing, marketing, etc. And I think this is very important and actually quite significant to what the students are doing. I did ask the student who did the car branding about his blog. When I knew one day that the students in this school were all going online, I logged on too and started poking little questions in here and there with them, which they got quite excited about. So what's interesting though is how the kind of interactions go between the students. So at the top, one student just says to the boy who did the artwork, "This is good, you're so good at art." So then I've poked him a bit and said, "Well, what's your favourite logo and why?" And he has come back to that later on. I've got the 2 favourite ones, the Ferrari one, and I like the Lamborghini, etc. And then we have a reply from one of the Portuguese schools too. And this is just one example to show you the kind of range of interactions, but also then when you get a translation like this, trying to interpret exactly what that means. And we'll come back to that a bit later on. But these were the kind of interactions then that students started to have with one another about their artworks. So we're not kind of at a citizenship level here, as you can see. I know Emma is going to talk later, but I was bowled over by some of the artwork from her school in London too, about the sense of place drawings and the influence for particular artists in the way that they were looking at work in a sense of place. And I think this says an awful lot about the urban students and their response to the project. And this is one of my favourites of a child describing the globe marching across Europe. As someone said to me the other day, they're not sort of suggesting that they're taking it over, are they? They're not going for kind of global dominance. And I suddenly went, oh, I've never thought of it like that. But actually, the student himself wrote this, that it carries my flag to show my identity. But I'm walking across Europe. There's an international suggestion there. So, you know, quite a fascinating interpretation from that student of how he mapped himself. And very finally, this is one of my favourite images. And one of the things that came out of the school that I worked in most strongly was the teacher said what impressed them was not always the artwork, but the dialogue that the artwork stimulated amongst pupils. They said in many cases, when the students were sat talking, they were often listening to them and making notes about the things the students were saying. They'd never heard the students talk in that way before. They didn't know about their students, and they said the one thing that the project brought to them was deeper knowledge and understanding of their students and students' cultures. And this girl, obviously her grandfather had died very recently and he was Italian. And the teacher said, I've only taught her for 3 years and I never knew this background to her. I never knew this image of her family, how they were living in London for a while and that's how they see London and England. And on the other side is the sunny climes of Tuscany there and a villa for summer holidays, but also her linking there. And she said that being able to do this drawing was a nice way to think about her grandfather, to reflect on her connection with Italy. So just to end, the issues that I faced in particular in my secondary school were the continual issues relating to stereotyping, but also this notion of Europe being something that has been sold or branded to us. We did get quite a bit of disinterest and actually outright hostility from students in the more rural school too, and that was very interesting. You know, commentary about, I don't know why I have to do this, you know, it's nothing to do with me. My dad says, you know, we need to get out of Europe, it's a waste of time. But the other thing we also found, and I found this from our teachers, and we find this more broadly, is a conflation of the EU and Europe. Our teachers in one of the schools constantly called it, oh, that EU project. Well, actually, that's, again, tells me a huge amount about their understanding of the project at that time, or not necessarily their understanding, but their attitude towards it. And it's not necessarily a criticism of them. I think one of the problems is we have a great difficulty in education at pulling these things apart, making sure we're clear about what we mean. And all the literature on citizenship that's been done in longitudinal studies for the past 10 years shows us that Europe is one area that teachers have the most difficulty engaging with. There's not much in the way of literature, not much in the way of teaching support, etc., to help them teach about it in a positive way. So we hope that from the project we're going to enhance that further. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to end there and I'm going to hand over to my colleagues, Susan and Fiona, who are going to talk to you about their UK schools and the different projects, and then lead into talking about primary and secondary schools. Thanks very much.
Just talk amongst yourselves while we're putting it up. Yep.
There we go. Okay, that was really lovely, Mary. A really nice introduction to what we've done so far from the citizenship angle. I'm the art tutor here.
I'm English
We're
education.
like a bit of a double act. We've done this so many times. So if we sort of finish each other's sentences, you'll know where that's kind of come from. We're going to talk to you, just give you a quick little overview of the schools. And it's going to be quite short because then we're going to ask our lovely teacher, Emma, to come and do a beautiful presentation. She's got some beautiful slides for you from her school. And then we're going to talk to you some more about the primary aspect. So that's kind of just how the morning is going to run. We're going to leave some time here for some discussion in between, because I think it's quite important. Our whole project has been based really on discussion and dialogue, and using art as a fantastic tool to facilitate that. So we want to kind of use that as a sort of to underpin what we do here today. Then after that we've got Miles talking about the challenges of the digital blogging aspect, which is really fascinating. And then we're going to give you an overview of one of the quad blogs and let you inside the quad blog so you can see actually what happened with our primary schools. And lunch, about 12:15. So we hope that will be a good morning for you.
So just briefly, these are our 4 UK schools, as Mary said, rural and urban. On the left-hand side, they are the projects that they worked on. So the Avenue Primary School looked at buildings and landmarks, but the others looked at identity, as Mary said, identity, belonging, mapping and identity. 3 of the schools have work at the back on display. The Avenue, Chendrit and Ernest Bevin. So please do have a look at the original artwork. So this is just to show you what just a 9-year-old girl said about Europe. And what was interesting with the primary children that we worked with, they really liked the website because it was their website and they were connecting with other pupils of the same age.
Just a kind of note on that, actually, one of our aims, as we'll look at later, is about pupil voice and enabling children to have their own say within kind of what happens. And I think it's very often in primary and probably secondary as well, that there isn't really the space for that to happen. You're so busy with the, prescriptive sort of stuff you've got to get done, that there's not often time for children to actually engage in that real pupil, having their own say. So this is another really important aspect of what we were doing in our projects.
And one of the key concepts that went throughout our analysis and working with children is actually, as Gonzalez says, teaching and learning is motivated by children's interests and questions. In contrast to classrooms, knowledge is obtained by the children, not imposed by the adults. And we felt that came all the way through the work. And as we're analysing more and more of the 1,700 images that we have on the website, that is very, very clear. Okay, we're going to move on now to Emma and get the website up.
Yeah.
And while Susan's doing this, Emma is an art teacher.
No, not that one. I just put the wrong one up.
Okay. In a secondary school near here in Tooting, at the top on the right.
This one.
Yeah. Start it. Beginning. Right,
Okay, Emma, would you like to come up?
Just over.
Yeah.
Okay, good morning. Sorry, I've not got much of a voice. That's what education does to you, I suppose. So I've been working at Ernest Bevin. I'm in my 4th year at Ernest Bevin, and this all seems like quite a long time ago. But my Year 9 students had been doing a project about portraiture and identity, and then I was thrown this project to do. So I was sent loads of information, but I'm quite naughty really, because I am a fine artist. I kind of thought if I look at what they sent me, it might cloud my judgment on how I should do the project. So actually, I built my own project without looking at anything that was sent my way. And I also thought that I needed to understand from myself as a teacher, as an artist, as a person, what this project meant to me. And if I could understand what it meant to me, then I could deliver it well. So, how do I do this today? Where do I go? Do I go to this one? Oh, okay, thank you. So our school is an all-boys comprehensive, and it's really multicultural. And the first thing that I thought when I was given this project was, how would our boys connect to Europe? And do they feel British, English, European, or none of them actually? And that's what I had in the back of my head, and I thought, will they actually get this at all? So I had that in my mind at the start. Okay, that one? Oh, there we go. So they deliberately pull really miserable faces as well when we take photos. They hate having a photo taken and they duck and dive if they can. So they look really miserable there. So we just maybe move on. But and that's actually in my class. That's one view of them working away in my classroom, looking really miserable. The first thing that I did was to ask them some questions so I could get some feedback from them, because I thought that's a good way of starting the project, and it would certainly give me a good idea about their relationship with the project. And so these were the questions that I asked them. I then acquired a map, which was quite a hard thing to get in our school actually, but I acquired a massive map, and I asked the boys where they'd been in Europe, and we had a lesson on them putting places that they'd been to in Europe. So it was their own map, and it stayed up for the whole entire project, and they put their names on it and the places that they'd visited. So that was a really nice morning actually. I think you were there when we did that, weren't you? It's Michael just putting his pantry up. And I actually found this because I myself thought, I don't actually know what Europe looks like as an image, with all the flags and everything, so I thought it was quite important to bring this up as a visual image. And so we referenced this. And I then asked them the question about their own identity within Britain. And we addressed these questions. I strongly suspect if I look through the books, if I said to them what would be their favourite British food, our boys, with all their multiculturalness, would say chicken and chips, miss. And so I did a mood board about British identity, and I actually found this quite a struggle, because I kind of thought, I feel very English, I don't feel European, but I kind of was like, well, what is it to be British these days? Other countries have a much stronger identity, I feel, and so these were the pictures I came up with. I should have put chicken and chips, because in Tooting it's not fish and chips, it's chicken and chips. And then I started to look at artwork with them, and they're sort of playing about with identity, and the fact that obviously the Sex Pistols had defaced the Queen's face and produced a song that caused quite a lot of furore at the time, and the fact that it had the Union Jack behind it. And so we talked about this, and we actually did a lesson on music and art, and I thought it would be quite novel, because I think it was around the time of the Eurovision Song Contest. I played them Eurovision Song Contest songs. They'd never heard of it. They didn't even know what it was. And they found it quite amusing, and they did these drawings in response to it. That led on from that, really. But this was Timothy's homework. I asked them to go away and create an image about their identity within Europe. And Timothy was the most sort of prolific student in this project, and he went away looked at all the football players that come from all different European nations but play for all the clubs here. And that was how he related to the project to start with. It was quite an interesting response. And hopefully there's no spelling mistakes in this book, but these were some questions that were asked at the time. And embarrassingly, it says at the bottom, do you feel European? And he put, no, because when I think of Europe, I think of fancy French bread. I don't know what that says about our students. Nothing's got spilled, right? So we've done this project on Portraiture, so I wanted to link back to that somehow. But also I thought about our identity in London. And so being sort of a London school, some of the children come in via tube or bus and walk. I just thought about the identity of the tube map, and at the time it was 100 years of London Underground, and they were having a celebration. So we linked that into the project, because for me, when I first came to London 14 years ago, tube map was really important, because if I didn't know how to get somewhere, I just hopped on the tube and went one stop because I knew I'd get there. And I still now, because I'm not really technology sort of person, I still pick up the paper map. And so we discussed the paper map, and we discussed this piece of work done by Simon Patterson, and where he's changed the stops to scientists, philosophers, and even footballers. And then we looked at the front covers of the maps, and the fact that artists are used to produce the front covers for the Beck famous map. And we looked at some of those, and that fed into what we did in class in the sketchbooks. And so the students then we had loads of maps, and they took the imagery and everything and started producing their own imagery around that. And so we've got this kind of plump pigeon, I think, in the map, using the underground map. And they cut out maps. And then I wanted to bring it back to this thing of their identity, but within the maps. And so I started looking at artists with them that did similar work to this. And I love this work, because to me it's just so beautifully done. And we looked at this artist, and then we went on to look at this artist as well, and the way that maps have been used in a really inventive way. We looked at several artists, and we looked at fashion pieces as well, where the map had been used as garments. And then there they are, looking really sombre again. And they've just started cutting maps up, and we did this lesson of marbling. Now, we would have got them laughing and smiling if we'd taken photos of because they loved that. And we marbled the paper, and the reason we marbled the paper was because we were trying to get the sort of effect of the land, of the maps, and then they worked on top of the marbled paper with this sort of photocopies of maps and integrated it together with portraits. And this one's Timothy's portrait, and within his portrait on the marble paper, and he's then got images that connect to him, around him. You can't see them quite so clearly there. But ginger beer, yeah, ginger beer's a favourite art school, anything ginger, very, very fun. And there's a picture there, I think it's of Tooting of the Broadway. And so they kind of used the contour lines of the maps with the ink and used it with the faces and broke it up. Now, we experienced a few problems with this, I have to be honest. And I was the worst offender, but I was quite surprised actually. I thought it's all right. Like, I might not know how to do it, but the boys would be really good at this because they're all into technology. Actually, they never had done blogging. So although our boys have their fancy phones and make fun of my phone and me, they'd never done blogging, so this was a new experience for them as well. Lots of them didn't even have email addresses. Anyway, so they did get on with it though, and they did really enjoy it. And there's another image where they've cut out and played about with the map. Timothy's comments, there's some of Timothy's comments there. So some of their responses have been working. Oh, is that the end?
Yes.
So I get away now. So that's really an overview of what we did, and actually we took the project a lot longer. I think we extended it for the rest of the academic year, where we did some quite intuitive work around maps and polyblock printing and mono printing, and there were quite some later on some intuitive responses with that as well. So yeah, thank you for inviting me.
Thank you.
That's so inspirational, isn't it, to see that work and see the kind of processes that Emma's used. Our other school didn't have quite the same experience as that. Our other secondary school is quite interesting, and but Emma managed to kind of build in kind of skills learning alongside the kind of conversation around sort of citizenship and identity. I think that's one of the things that's really been so successful, as well as that kind of the beautiful artwork the children have produced, which is actually on the back wall there for everyone to see. So do make sure you have a little look at that later. And perhaps if you kind of start to think of any questions you want to ask Emma while we've got her here about how she worked, we can do that a bit later on as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
It was quite interesting when we went in. We came in several times and it was quite inspirational. But one of the first times we went in, we were asking the boys to talk about their artwork. And we said, come up to the front, and they didn't want to talk about it. And some of them were hiding their artwork in their books, weren't they, really?
Yeah.
But they came out of themselves in the end, didn't they?
Yeah, really great. And the other thing about Emma's class was that it was an option class, wasn't it? So it wasn't just an ordinary class. You got to do art at this time. They'd chosen that as an option, and there were no kind of pressures of exams at the end of that necessarily of that year, was there, in that way? Yeah. Yeah, and in terms of kind of our research, that's one very interesting kind of finding, really, that because there wasn't that pressure of you've got to do it like this. When I work with undergraduates and postgraduates, and you always say to them, who's a bit scared of art? And then all the little hands go up. I'm sure a couple of you will recognise that question. And then I say, well, what's put you off doing art? And they go, oh, I wasn't good enough at GCSE. It was too top down. I had to draw a shoe for 6 months, all of that kind of thing that you get. And Emma's class was freed up from that by not having perhaps that kind of pressure of having to pass an exam in it later on.
Right.
Okay, we're going to now talk to you a little bit about the primary projects. First of all, I want to talk about Shottermill, who haven't got their work represented on the back there today. And this was our rural primary school. And again, there were lots of really interesting things about this from the perspective of an art person. It was very interesting in how they approached it and the difficulties they had with it. They got off to a fantastic start. They came to our training day and kind of really got into the idea of it. They went off, they did that kind of lovely research with the children. They asked the children to sort of go home and do some homework about what is Europe, what does it mean to you, bring in an image of what you think Europe is. They've got these lovely kind of mind map things going on. So it was a really, really good kind of start to the project. Then they went on to look at identity with the children. So again, really kind of getting underneath the concepts of how you relate to them on a kind of personal level. And Fiona and I went down to visit them while they had what they call a mufti day, where they were dressed in their own clothes, and they had to dress in something that represented them. So they could dress in whatever they liked, but it had to be something to do with their own personal identity. So they were thinking about themselves as in terms of identity, and then relating that to how that links to their identity within Europe. So this is an example of that. They had to then, part of their brief was that they had to kind of actually articulate this in some way and get a bit of writing down, of course, being primary. You always have to write everything before it's really, really, proper. So they had a little bit of writing to do. And this child had dressed up in some clothes that related to her favourite band of the moment, Little Mix. They really inspire me to be a singer, because I chose this dress because I love the colour blue, and wore these sunflower earrings because I also love the colour yellow. I chose this bow tie that is made because I am nicking a style from a band member of Little Mix. Jade. Jade loves to wear bow ties and accessories, just like me. So they're kind of really using what Fiona's already introduced you to today, which is the idea of funds of knowledge. And this comes up so much in conversations and that I have with sort of teachers and other lecturers about how you can bring children's home experiences into the classroom and make their learning so much more meaningful. And through art, perhaps we have the opportunity to do that, because we're not kind of working to a kind of set curriculum in the same way that some subjects have to do that. So this was really fantastic. And of course, again, for the teachers, it was fantastic because they could really see another side to those children that they wouldn't necessarily see in another way. So that was very, very revealing. There was fantastic things they dressed up in, wasn't there? Really, lots of football outfits, of course, for the boys, but really, really good. Again, this is another kind of thing, representing themselves, their school self, but actually who they are as well. And we did some follow-up interviews with children at this school, so revealing about what they said, about how they don't feel they can bring their selves into school, their real selves. Their real selves are outside of school. And, you spend 5 hours a day in school, 5 days a week. Why isn't there more of the real self in school? So that again, was very, very fascinating. And then getting the children to work together and that collaborative work, lots of lovely dialogue. And this activity was straight out of the teachers' training day that we did, of mapping the self and using, funnily enough, the same image that Emma used, the Great Bear. This school, this was a fantastic piece of work that they did, and they were all kind of bringing their little drawings and adding them into the map and making a collective map. And but the teachers were not at all confident about art or about ICT, and the projects all just fell to bits very soon after this. And because for a start, they had Peter Pan to do, so that was much more important than anything else. So everything else had to be literacy, numeracy, and Peter Pan. So our kind of project got a bit lost at that point. And the other thing that they didn't manage to do was they didn't manage to introduce any artwork to the children. They did it just through kind of talking and dialogue, and they completely forgot or didn't show the children artists' work to inspire anything. And that was very interesting as well, because when talking to them, they were very, very unconfident about that aspect. And the blogging aspect too, they found very difficult, because in fact, one of the teachers said, I'm special needs when it comes to ICT. That was one of the teachers. So, you know, again, Miles will be talking about the challenges of the ICT aspect later on. But I do think that, you know, it's like Emma was saying about her kids who she thought would be fantastic at blogging, but they weren't. And, you know, we expect kids to be, you know, very ICT literate. I mean, you know, nursery children can swipe. They can't turn a page of a book, but they can swipe on an iPad. And we expect, how much do we expect from children? I think it's quite an interesting question.
Okay, so those were the issues in Shotton Mill. The second primary school is the London school, which decided to look at landmarks and buildings. This had been a lesson that we'd used in the previous project called Images and Identity. So they started talking about iconic landmarks. Mary's already mentioned the Eiffel Tower and the Leaning Tower of Pisa, but they also looked at artwork that looked at buildings as well. And this is what they actually did. They discussed about European buildings. They looked at alternative building artworks. And they also talked about a lot about what is Europe and what does it stand for. And, you know, there was a lot of, this is where I'm interested, there was a lot of discussion that went on in topics that weren't normally touched on in a primary school. Then the pupils independently, and you can see on the back there, designed their own buildings. Then they collaborated together in a good, very citizenship model of working together and pulling it together. And then once the project ended, they did collages, and the two big collages are at the back there. And so they actually had to accommodate each other's ideas about buildings and about what it actually meant to Europe. And then some of these were put up, or posted up on the web. Now, we interviewed the teachers, and interestingly, in some of the first interviews, they were quite nervous about the project. And we had a wonderful quote about, we find it difficult to shoehorn the project into the curriculum, into what we're doing. And they said, because we already have an art project to do on, was it Van Gogh?
Yeah.
And we said, well, why don't you just do Creative Connections anyway? But actually, as they got into the project and as they became freer and let the children explore it on their own, so the teachers realised how wonderfully creative it was. And, you know, you can see here, I'll leave you to read this for themselves, but, you know, there was an awful lot of conversation, it says in the top. They enjoyed the whole process. What they saw was the children enjoying it for themselves. And I think that impacted on their own kind of feeling about it. The last one, I think as an art project, it was quite different from anything they'd done before. And I think it was quite different for the teachers as well. And they said, you know, at the end, the artwork they produced was fabulous, wasn't it? And I think that that's what they felt. They saw what the children were producing, and that changed their opinions. So here they are, working together, collaborating together on the project. And you will see these at the back. So they are multimodal, their artwork, and they are writing on it. You know, this is representing old ground into new, a new beginning, and they're feeling it. And you can see there, maps there, the ball represents different countries you can find everywhere. And it's this whole collaboration and the linking together of countries in Europe that actually came through the work as well. Interestingly, it's funny, in some classes you get a theme runs through it. And one child came up with tea. She felt that tea was drunk all over Europe, so her building would be a teapot. Now, it is drunk in many European countries. I mean, so is coffee, but it's interesting. So, you know, that's it, you know. Kind of, but then thinking about the design as well, concrete paths around it, a fountain of tea, door handles, a sugar knob. What is quite interesting is the way that children were interested in architecture, and we'll show you that in a minute. And it's something that we don't actually look at in primary education. And I don't know about other countries, but definitely Children living in London are interested in buildings because they can see them coming up on the skyline, especially in the centre of London. So this is the class teacher talking about them, and you know, they put things in which they liked about Europe. The helter-skelter of colour was the flags of Europe. You know, the teapot, the children said it made them think of England. They found it difficult to verbalise, but they found it difficult to verbalise what is Europe, coming back to what Mary was saying. But they knew what they liked about Europe. So perhaps we need to come, especially for younger children, come to it from another angle. And it is difficult to articulate exactly about Europe when it's something very ephemeral for you. And perhaps you've only been to Europe on holiday, because many children, what we found in Images and Identity, thought that in Europe it was always sunny and warm, because when they've been to Europe before, they've been there on their summer holidays. And so that's the difference, really.
Absolutely. Bringing this back to kind of the citizenship angle as well, sort of thinking about digging a little bit deeper in terms of how they perceive the identity. Discussing it with the teachers was very interesting to kind of get a bit of a background view of how they perceived as well, that the children were going to approach this. In our former project and in this one, in Images and Identity and in this one, I think the teachers were very sceptical about how primary children would engage with such a big theme and such a political theme. And I think they were very surprised at how the children were able to cope with it, and actually knew an awful lot more, again, than they gave them credit for.
And we're willing to learn more.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
But this is interesting because this is an inner city class, where, as you can see, many children, as in Emma's work, spoke English as an additional language. Often, by the time they get to year 5, they're fluent. A third of the class speak another language. And some were born outside of the country, parents were, etc. So it's very mixed ethnically, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I'll just let you read this for a little minute. Because
this is an example from one of the children and the class teacher, and she spoke to her.
Again, it's very interesting that that this project gave the space for the teachers to talk to the children in quite a deep level, and get this kind of information out of them that they wouldn't necessarily have done in the normal course of doing Van Gogh, perhaps. So, you know, again, it's kind of really thinking about opening up a space for dialogue, I think, through these kind of art projects. Okay, this one child, again, this was her image. I think we've got this at the back, and we were just bowled over by this because it's so sophisticated, and how she's kind of thought about, you know, linking everyone together. And again, I think when we look at the blogs a bit later on, you can see how actually very keen the children are to be supportive of one another and to make those connections. They're not the ones that are going, oh no, I'm over here and they're over there. They actually want to make connections. And I think this lovely image absolutely highlights that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, she said, you know, that the holding of the hands, that's Europe, that's the European countries. We are holding each other together. And then through the buildings and the landmarks, she's put the stone fountains in and said in many European cities, you have in the centre a stone fountain, which is true because they are old, there's a sense of history, and she's got that feeling of it as well. Yeah. So it's really very symbolic.
So again, and going back to Mary's slides of the, you know, the newspaper headlines and how that will kind of influence these kind of children. into a different way of thinking, perhaps. You don't know, do you? But, you know, it just kind of highlights their openness, I think, at this young age to being connected.
So this is the class teachers, one of the class teachers' feelings about it. You know, it did challenge them. We can't ignore that. And it was, as she said, a hard concept. And it was hard for the children and it was hard for the teachers. And they were worried about that. But they opened up to it. And I think I would say all of them, both the class teachers and the children.
Yeah.
We went back to Shottermill to interview the children after the project had ended. As Susan said, the production kind of sidelined our project. And we wanted to know what the children actually thought of the project, although we'd felt it hadn't been particularly successful. And we had an extremely rich conversation with a group of 10 children who really were extremely positive about the whole thing. Even though the blogging wasn't successful, they loved the idea of being able to connect with other children. They could talk about Europe. We had a conversation with them about why Turkey wasn't in Europe and why it should be, etc. But the teachers were, because they hadn't followed through as the other school had, the teachers still felt that this was too difficult for the children to cope with. But this is just some of their thoughts. And it's interesting here how the media comes in. When I thought before the project, I thought that all the countries would be really different in things we have and stuff. And they're actually not that different because we have iPods and things like that. And in different countries, they have like iPods and headphones and things like that. This is the digital generation. And they could see how they link together. And then also the point was we didn't really know about those people were out there, like in the Czech Republic. You wouldn't really think that was part of your own community sort of thing. We didn't really take any notice of that before. And they said if we'd been studying the Czech Republic, we would only have studied it on maps. We wouldn't have actually been linked with other children. And that's what Creative Connections did.
I think it make it more real for them.
Yes.
Yeah, in that way.
Okay.
Okay. And just the impact of the project, sharing it with their parents. Again, this is just another, you know, it's that kind of coming back to funds of knowledge and really kind of linking with it at home. Very interestingly, when we look at the times that the children had blogged, the ones that did do the blogging, it was more than often than not, they had done it at home. So it's the schools that allowed the children to do blogging at home that was more successful. Blogging in school was quite an issue, as Miles will pick up later on. But it was really, again, that kind of homeschool link that was really fascinating.
I wonder how many times children go home from school and say to their parents, gosh, look at this that I've done.
Yes.
You know, and actually the website, because they had secure logins, they could actually show their parents.
Yeah.
We very briefly want to share
Yeah.
a case study with you, because this is the child who actually blogged most, a UK child, and was quite amazing,
Yeah.
really. Do you want to start?
Yeah. This is from
Avenue.
the Avenue School, and we noticed him pretty well straight away. He was the first person to do a blog, and we'll talk about what he blogged in a minute. But yes, very interesting, the type of boy that he was. He was just one of those children that you wouldn't notice in your class, not a high achiever, not a high flyer, nothing outstanding in particular about him, which is actually a really important point for this little case study that we're going to show you. He was in Quad Blog 6, which we're going to explore with you later on, so we're not going to go.
So those were the languages and the countries in Quad Blog 6.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is half term. The project started in January. Nobody had been posting anything, and this particular school, they were allowed to blog at home. So half term, we saw this poster up, and then we saw a post, hi Spanish, Are you there? If so, can you post something? So this boy has got a sense of audience. Blogging, there is somebody out there. And look at, the are you there? We looked at that and we thought, gum, ha. And actually we sort of, I personally, I feel we should have just taken it down, taken the gun off and put it back up, but we didn't. We took it completely down. But this was early days. When I interviewed him after that, I said to him at the end of the summer, once we realised, how he was the blogger, I said, how did you do it? How did you, because we've had teachers, Susan, we've talked about teachers who had such difficulty with this, and he said, it was just an app. I watched the video, which Miles had put up, the YouTube video, to see how to get the WordPress app on my iPad, and then he was away. So there he is, the first blogger. And you can see this is still, kind of during half term. 6:30 in the morning, because you can see the time he's doing this. Puts up his favourite building. So they're doing buildings, so he puts it up, the Shard. This is mine, what's yours? Sense of audience again. Please respond to me, I want, kind of response there. And he had 40 responses, mainly from the same class. But do children talk to each other in this way? I suspect not. So, we've got, my favourite landmark is Crosby Hall. I like the tallest building, nice Picnium. Cheese Grater, they know the buildings in London, these children. Great pick, it really reminds me how England is growing. I like the Shard too. Cool, nice choice, thank you. So Thomas then thanked him because he's very polite. And Mary had a dialogue with him about we haven't put that in, but she had also a dialogue with him. Then, in school, so I talked to the teacher, this is his individual piece of art. It's unfinished. None of his artwork really was finished, but I talked to him and he said it's influenced by the Shard. In the Shard, they have the stilts. That's why I did it like there. That's like a steel pole where the lift is, and it goes up into the big orange glass like in the churches. Stained glass? Yes. So I went and photographed it, and here you can see, there the stilts, and there's the orange. So he'd obviously been there with his parents. He also talked about other influences. So at the tops of the Shard, it's the body, and at London Bridge and Big Ben. So his drawings, it's very much tall and thin, very architectural, and quite, precise. And possibly that's why he doesn't actually finish any of his work. So these were the individual ones. He then collaborated with other children, and his stilts are there, and that's the joint response. And this was posted up onto QB6. Nice, where is it located? I think it's very unique from other landmarks. I love the design, it is one of the best. This is the best thing ever. They're into this kind of congratulation thing, but but then we get, why did you choose the backgrounds at night? So, we've got some discussion there. Not only did he, post things, he also responded to other images. And, he's asking questions about how other children got the idea for their artwork. Now here, this is made up of little mosaic squares, and he said he liked the squares because it's made of squares, the colours of the squares. So that was in the interview. But he also, this is in Catalan, they needed to tick a box to actually say the default language, and if they didn't, when it was posted, if you didn't tick the box, it wouldn't then change into English. But he posted this even though he couldn't read this Catalan, but he was interested. If you go into the next slide, I think. He was interested in the language. And he said, I learned about languages, different language. You know about the Spanish one. I copied it. I said, what do you mean copied it? And he had a file, and he copied and pasted it and put it in the file because he was interested in the way the language looked. So, and then he talked about the picture, and he talked about the Shard again. And he said, I like old buildings. And he said, like the old ones, so the Colosseum, yes. So it's not just new. No, And I said to him, would you like to be an architect when you grow up? No, I like designing stuff, but I'm terrible at art. And it was said again, you'll see again in a minute. So if you go on. So Thomas on the blog, would you like to put more pictures up, post them on? Yes, but I'm really terrible at art. Why do you say that? It's just not my thing. Not even on the computer or doing collages, no. So, you know, that's his feeling about himself. And then in the written response, he did a written evaluation, once again, an unfinished picture of his. And he said about the project, it's good to get to know people and art from different countries. So he could see the difference in the art. He was looking at the art, and it's made him feel free. And you can interpret that in whatever way you like, because he felt the freedom by looking at what they could do and the project. So, you know, so that's really the case study. But I think it's interesting, the class teacher had him again in year 6, and she said she didn't know whether it was partly to do with the project, but he was sort of like a different child. He was much more motivated, more willing to talk, and he was, you know, he was very, very positive about this whole project. So
I think the other thing on that point is that what it taught those teachers about those children, that they didn't really know them, and how easy it is to make assumptions about how good or bad your class are. It's very upsetting for me when I go into a school and the class teacher says, oh, they're not imaginative, my class aren't imaginative, and making that kind of huge sweeping assumption about those children. You can see by this case study that we don't know our children well enough, and perhaps we can use funds of knowledge a little bit more and find out about those children.
Yeah, I mean, his thing about I'm terrible at art, I'm sure, yeah. I mean, they were absolutely mortified by that, because, you know, that
embedding
feeling.
that kind of feeling at such a young age, yeah.
Okay. We're going to move over to
We're going to have some.
we want you to talk.
No, 5 minutes
Yes.
now, I think, to have a discussion before we look at Miles's blogging. So if you would just like to just chat to your sort of people next door to you, or about what you've seen so far, and if you've got any questions, and we can have some questions later on. Okay.
Yes, and take a comfort break if
Yes,
you wish.
do. Yes.
Susan, can I move mine onto? Yeah, okay. I'm up next, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. It's on there. So just, take it on. So I think.
As I say to the trainees that I work with here at Roehampton, the sooner I start, the longer I can take. So if folk are happy, I'll get on and talk a little about the blogging thing. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so 20 minutes, far too many slides, very, very quickly walk you through some of the technical side to what we've done, but don't get bored straight away, because the technical links very, very closely to the cultural here. And yes, there were one or two technical difficulties, but I think many of the difficulties which we experienced, and indeed many of the opportunities that we seized around the blogging, were more down to cultural issues than technological issues. As Berners-Lee talks about the web itself, the clever thing wasn't inventing HTTP and HTML and all of that. The clever thing was getting other people using it. And I think that's really the challenge and the opportunity which blogging presents. So, no academic conference is complete without at least 5 minutes, 10 minutes of literature review, so let's quickly go through that. Papert and Harold talking about constructionism as one of our principal reference for what we were trying to do here, that we learn best, we make our mental model of how the world around us and how society around us works, not just through play and exploration, not just through talk and conversation, but actually through the act of making something to show to others. And that's, of course, hugely important in art education and hugely important in computing education as well. As folks like Ian Livingstone lives down the road, one of the key forces in this move from ICT to computing in the English national curriculum about moving children from being consumers of digital content to being creators of digital content, of giving them the digital equivalent of Meccano out of which they could make something. And of course, the blog, the digital photography, the medium as one way of doing that. So you see here in the new computing curriculum for England, yes, there's all of the stuff about coding that you'll have seen in the media, but there is also this sense that a high-quality computing education equips pupils to use creativity to change the world. That's going to be an easy one for Ofsted to check how that's going, isn't it? And giving them IT to create, yes, programs and systems, but also content, and also ensuring that pupils become digitally literate, whatever that may mean. But part of that is, yes, able to use technology, but also able to express themselves through and develop their ideas through the use of technology. The blogging thing has really caught the imagination of many working in the primary phase in English schools, although disappointingly, not all of the schools with whom we've been working for this project. And what are the reasons for that? Well, Will Richardson, writing 4 or 5 years ago now, talks about how important it is, this sense of audience. I don't know about you, but when I was at primary school, the only person who ever read my work was my teacher, occasionally my mum, even if it got pinned up on the board. These days, a child in primary school, in the schools that we've been working with, could reach an audience of potentially 2.5 billion other people all connected to the internet. Okay, we didn't get quite that many hits on the website, but it's potentially there. And I think that's one of the persuasive arguments for this. And yes, the tool does provide, or the blog as a platform provides the opportunity for engaging in connecting pieces of information together, making knowledge out of information. It provides the tool for learning through communication, learning through conversation. But in and of itself, it won't do that. Just providing a blog isn't enough to establish this sense of community, this sense of network. Long quote up on the screen here, but the point is that yes, we have 2.5 billion people connected together through the medium of the internet, but many of them don't speak the same language as one another. Technology can help with this, but also by allowing all of these connections to take place. Think of all of the opportunities that this provides for misunderstanding and misinterpretation. So how do we go about it? Well, a number of decisions. We were really inspired by David Mitchell. No, not that David Mitchell. No, not that David Mitchell either. But if you've not read The Bone Clocks, read The Bone Clocks. Fabulous novel. Anyhow, so we were inspired by David Mitchell's work, the other David Mitchell, on quad blogging, of connecting 4 classrooms together, of facilitating this sense of audience. So you get your pupils really enthused about blogging. We're writing for an audience of 2.5 billion others, and then tumbleweed blowing through. Nobody actually reads or responds to. But by making that connection for them, by joining 4 classes together so that they would routinely read and comment on one another's work, it made that sense of audience a little closer, a little bit more tangible than just anybody connected to the interweb. But we wanted to do this in a safe and secure way. No, really, we did want to do this in a safe and secure way inside the walled garden. But the only people who could see this work were the children who had the logins to this, and of course us as researchers and the teachers for the other schools, so that there wasn't this sense of anybody there can come and comment on their work and post links to entirely inappropriate stuff. It was done in a safe and nurturing sort of way, so that they felt amongst friends, we hoped. There were 1 or 2 issues, so yeah, we used WordPress as a platform, more of which later, some publicly facing stuff. So there's the main public page about the project. We now have our connected art gallery there of this wonderful work from artists shared with those who've been participating in the project. And now we've put together the digital catalogue, more of which later. Inside the walled garden, little sandbox place to play an experiment, a place for us as project coordinators to talk to one another and share our experiences, a staff room for teachers who were involved. And then the first summer of the project, the pilot project with just 3 schools, checking that the technology did work. And then our 6 quad blogs, 4 schools in each, taken from 4 different European countries, 3 primary quads, 3 secondary quads, split across rural and urban divides. You'll notice, or the keen-eyed amongst you will notice, the Quint blog in there. We had a 25th school wanted to take part, and of course, no, that wasn't going to be possible. Only 24 schools, of course we let them in. So hence the weird Quint 4. So you have children from all of these European countries sharing their artwork with one another. Is art a common language which transcends national boundaries? Perhaps. There's probably more to art than that. But we wanted them to write about their work too. We wanted them to be able to comment on one another's work. And of course, they don't all speak English. In fact, many of them do speak English. But you could default to English as the common language, or ideally you give them a fish to put in their ear so they can understand one another. Don't know if the audio is going to work. Yeah, we'll see. I was expecting commentary. But regrettably, of course, the Babel fish is merely a work of fiction at the moment. So we wanted something which we could actually use rather than just putting fishes in people's ear and having it decode the brainwave matrix. So our nearest alternative to the Babel fish in the ear is something like fully automatic machine translation, such as Google provide. Now, somebody's already commented on the live stream, dodgy stuff, fully automatic machine translation is going to make it worse, people being able to exchange ideas with one another, because the machine will just put in random things which totally mislead. Well, we had 1 or 2 of those didn't we? But in fact, it's not bad at all. It really is pretty good. I'll show you some of the findings from that in a moment or three. But what it does is not a word-for-word literal translation of looking it up in a dictionary and putting down the closest word in the target language, which is how I did O-level German translations. Didn't do terribly well in O-level German translations, to be fair. What it's doing is looking at that whole index of the web that Google has made, looking at the pages which are in English, looking at the pages, in this case, in Finnish, and saying, this is the same document that's been professionally translated between the two languages. I can see that that sentence, that phrase, matches this sentence, that phrase, more often than not. And because Google's vast corpus there allows it to do that statistical thing very, very well. That's not bad if you're taking English as your language to or fro. But when you've got slightly less common language pairings, such as Finnish translated to and from Czech, there is less a common body of work in both languages. And so there is that interesting thing about how does Google know what matches what. As I say, WordPress is our platform of choice, open source content management system. The reason we chose WordPress was twofold. Firstly, it looks so much nicer than the alternative. Threefold, really. Secondly, we had the fully automatic machine translation plugin, so we could do that inside our WordPress blogs. And thirdly, there's a really nice app for it. So we had in mind children using their mobile phones, children using their tablet computers to be there in their art lesson, snapping away at their artwork, typing a little phrase in, beaming that straight to the blog. Well, it was a nice ambition, wasn't it? Okay. And you've seen, I hope you've all seen the site. If you've not seen the site, type in the URL, get to it, and you'll see some of the lovely work which you've already been shown, some of the things that children wrote about their artwork, as well as other things too. So how did it go? Not bad. Not bad at all. So as you know, 6 countries, 6 different languages, 6 universities, 5 pods and 1 quint, 25 schools in all, 694 participants across the project, which is fabulous. All of these children talking, sharing their work with one another. 961 posts in all, so that's on average at least one from every person. Some schools, it was very strange. They had the teacher posted every child in the class's artwork as one sort of summative post. That wasn't really what we had in mind about ongoing dialogue and conversation there, but we still captured some of the work. Other schools, the children with their own individual accounts, as Susan's already explained, taking their work, photographing it, beaming it up onto the web, and using it on a far, far more regular basis, which is, I think, what we wanted. And if we had our time again where we take people down that route, how we'd get there is another matter entirely. The number of comments, the number of images, and 41,603 words, plus or minus 10% in the usual Roehampton way. The usual, let's just do quickly text analysis of all of those words by doing a Wordle. How do you do that when you've got 6 different language sets there? Because you're working with different words being more common in each. But anybody who's got Spanish, I think, will know that perque is an explanation of why, of because in there, and that links very nicely with the English because up there as well. So that giving a reason for what they've done is something which we saw in at least a couple of those language sets there. So there are the schools that we're working with. The map is clickable up on the website, but look at that spread. Look at the range of different locations that were involved in that. And what a fabulous project to be involved with. You've seen some of this pupil's work already. This is one of the first posts going up there. So not part of the project, just something he was enthusiastic about posting that in and getting 40 comments in response. This was one of the set tasks there. So the child posts the artwork and then again, 40 comments about that individual piece of artwork, which is, I think, fabulous. This is the sort of thing which you saw. So here is a piece of art. The art educators in the room might want to question whether that is art, but that's for another time. And then the explanation that was given. Now that is a really fairly detailed explanation of what they've made there, the process, how they've gone about choosing that and what that means to them. And then the comments about that. I like how you put the telephone box close up and then big, then far away. I like how you put the whole image in squares. We're not getting the same sense of an engagement in an art critical dialogue about this, but we are getting affirmative and positive responses to that. And I think what we saw earlier is this need to facilitate a deeper conversation around the work, that we get a lot of comments about, that's nice, I like the way you did that. But it's only really where teachers and researchers step in and encourage a deeper conversation that the potential for this dialogue around the world. Anybody know what IKR means? Okay. I know, right? Okay, TLAs. Right, you've learned something today. Okay, of the 1,646 comments, the leading diagonal here is the significant one, yeah? So within a quad block, 4 countries. So, for instance, of the Portuguese comments there, 35% of the comments made by children from Portugal were on the blog posts of children from Portugal, i.e. within the same school. So that's not entirely surprising. Most of the children from the English schools, or there were more comments from children in English schools on English children's posts, in other words, within their class. But what you do see there is a spread across the other blogs as well. It's not 100% on the leading diagonal. There is that, we are commenting on the Spanish or on the Portuguese posts as well. And then you do the social network analysis. I'll just give you a moment or two to copy the diagram down. Okay, so what you've got there, okay, Sarah, that's a good way of copying the diagram down. I like that. So what you have there is the arrows showing who comments on who. So for instance, this individual here, lots and lots of people commenting on their posts, they're commenting on lots of other posts, and lots of responses. The double loop where it goes back to itself is then responding to a comment on their own post. Yeah? There are some right up at the top there for whom there was no dialogue, there was no conversation taking place. They posted their artwork, but nobody commented. They didn't comment on any others. But they're very much in the minority. A lot of the children represented in the diagram there are very well connected to one another. And if you look carefully at the color coding, they're not all just looping to or connected to people in their own color. You'll see right at the center of the spider web there is subject 714, which we find a much more convenient way than giving them names, who was the boy, of course, that both Susan and Fiona were talking about in the earlier presentation. There he is, zoomed in, subject 714 for the record. Okay, so in many ways it went very, very well. There were, however, 1 or 2 issues. Okay, for instance, one of our partner schools in, can I name this? Yeah, okay, we can say that this is a school in Ireland. Supply teacher there, long list of passwords which were provided to the class teacher. Best way of dealing with this is just to leave the list of passwords out on the desk, and then children can come and help themselves if they've forgotten what their passwords is. Very cunning people, some of these children. So of course they come in, get another child's password, log in as that child, and then humorously change their profile photograph. These could have been avoided with a little bit of attention to sort of fairly fundamental things like treat your passwords as you treat your toothbrushes, don't share them with other people, and change them fairly frequently. And then, yes, okay. So Spanish Big Brother apparently there's footage from Spanish Big Brother of 2 people getting quite, what's the word I'm looking for here, friendly, on the sofa at the Big Brother house. Our friends in the Spanish school decide that would be an interest, this is secondary, this would be an interesting thing to post into their blog. I'm not quite sure exactly which bit of the project aims this was illustrating, but so they post the YouTube video of an excerpt from Spanish Big Brother. Our colleagues at a school in England see this as pornographic and think that this is a child protection issue. Okay, it may well be inappropriate content. Of course, we took it down when it hit the web there, but is that actually pornographic? Yeah?
Can I add the important bits of the story there?
Oh, it's much better if we miss out the important bits. Go on, Mary.
The important bits about the story is who actually made the first complaint about this image. It wasn't the teacher, it was one of the children.
Interesting, yes.
Raised
Yeah.
it with the teacher, and then I got a call at about 7:30 one morning going, "There's a problem," and I was like, "Oh, Miles, quick."
I didn't post it.
Just amusing. Not as, but I actually thought that was fascinating. That
Yeah.
the 2 children in the end went to the teacher and said, "We don't think that this is appropriate as a cultural whatever description."
And it isn't the sort of thing which we wanted to be hosting on site, to be fair. But seeing it as a child protection issue, to my mind was something of an overreaction. But, you know, nevertheless, we take the thing down. The interesting thing at this point in the project is looking back and seeing that different societies, different cultures, different school systems have quite different standards as to what is acceptable and appropriate. And again, it's this thing about accounts inside school and accounts outside school. Doing this, posting something like that up from home using your own individual account, or that being posted during an art lesson in school, there's possibly a difference there. Okay, so we have that. Then you have this sort of thing. Okay, now, remember my point earlier about most of the comments we saw were generally very affirmative. I love your painting, you've drawn this very well, or that's a very interesting photo, or whatever. And then you get Sophie from Magic Hill, I think you can be better. Is that an appropriate piece of art criticism on a child's blog post? It means I think you can do better, yeah? Something is lost in translation, as always, yeah? A child in your class saying to another child in your class, I think you can do better than that. I don't think we'd see that as a bullying thing, would we? Which of us as teachers would actually feel quite comfortable saying to a pupil in our class or a student we're working with, I think you can do better than that. That seems to be the sort of criticism which it is okay to make. But this was again seen as, okay, the children didn't know one another, but this was seen as tantamount to cyberbullying. And again, I think that might be a step too far. I think that might be an overreaction. And then, again, this all dog can draw better than Sophia. So Sophie is saying of herself, even a dog can draw better than me, again lost in translation. And this again is seen as a criticism of this painting. So it's been misinterpreted as a dog could draw better than this, I think was the issue there. So again, that was seen as close on cyberbullying. Sophie must be a wonderful girl to teach, she really must. Okay, and then this, all right. This is the Google, the fully automatic machine translation issue, all right. So I'm not going to read it out loud for the benefit of the tape here, okay? So I'm doing a project on gender and sex. We thought, grab a cardboard and attach 6 photos of children. With this, we want to prove that each is as it is. Okay, I mean, again, you've got to work through the lens of machine translation here. Regrettably, the word for cuja there in Catalan has 2 possible translations. And the machine translation picked one which we didn't really want appearing in our blog post. South American is the South American. The Hispanic American community uses, which of course is where Bing will have taken more of its pattern matching machine translation, means quite different from what it means in mainland Spanish. Yeah, so I don't know, it's a good story. Anyway, was the machine translation good enough? We asked professional translators to look at a sample from this, so a limited number were absolutely fine, completely understandable. Our translators felt that overall the gist of the posting was understandable, but some of the detail was missing, and I think that was good enough for our purpose. Yeah, we said at the start, as long as they can get the idea of what's being described, we're happy with that. The vocabulary was generally worked out well, apart from when children made typing mistakes there, when it's not going to be in the dictionary. The errors were linked to incorrect grammar and syntax, and I think this is an interesting issue around machine translation, that you're working on professionally translated bodies of work. So you have UN papers and EU papers and patent applications and so on, which have been translated to very high quality from one language to another language. Generally, you don't have school children writing that sort of work. School children are writing in a far less formal language, and so the machine translation corpus on which the statistical matching is based is smaller for that sort of thing. UK pupils thought this was best thing since sliced bread. Exaggerate. The Finns were amazing because many of them were pretty much trilingual, some of them writing in English, some writing in Sami, some of them writing in Finnish, and they weren't at all bothered by that. As it says there, some of the teachers found this a lot harder to work with. But really interesting thing coming up about the teachers in Ireland, where we had, where Gaelic is of course a language that's taught, developing this empathy for their friends or the others in the project who are working in Catalonia, again with a minority language. Okay, eventually it gets around to summing up. There is some fabulous art there, says he, as the geek is the person least qualified in the room to comment on the quality of the art. But isn't it just wonderful? Go and have a look at the stuff at the back of the room. I think we did achieve dialogue. I think the evidence there shows at least some sense of, remark and response, of conversation coming up, yeah? Of there being children who are responding to the comments that appear on their blog. My view is that machine translation was good enough for this project. It allowed that conversation to take place. I think there is this sense of network that many of the children that we've spoken to have this sense of being connected to the other children in the project. I think community is a step up from network, though, and did children in one school see the children in their counterpart school elsewhere as their friends? I don't think we quite got to that point, but there's the potential for that. If it wasn't just a couple of terms art blogging project, if we were using this as a tool for that sort of conversation beyond just one project around EU identity. Other lessons learned. Access to the technology really did make a difference. The children who had home computers and their own individual accounts, many of them were participating very actively in this. I think if you're in a school which had gone down the one-to-one deployment route of giving each child their own device, that would have made this so much easier. And, had we our time again, find the cool iPad schools and just use them as the basis for our project. And, John Lancaster, 1808, talking about how to deploy slates. Give each boy, gender-specific language, only boys, of course, back then, give each boy their own slate rather than having the class set of slates. Some lessons we never quite get around to learning. Yeah, generally, your ICT teacher's not particularly brilliant at the whole sort of art thing. Many, if you'll allow me to stereotype Robert Susan, art teachers, computers, no, not in my art room, thank you. I've heard that said, not, of course, at present company. So that overlap between two quite different cultures, I think particularly in secondary school where you're working in subject silos, is an issue. And was this an art project, or was it a blogging project, or was it a citizenship project? It should have been all three. It really should have been all three. I think it was seen as, don't you just love it when that sort of thing happens? Okay, the last few slides aren't particularly important. Let's see if I can make this work again. You can all watch on the live stream. I think that's our projector just shutting down. There's two more slides really to talk about. I'm sorry you can't see any of them. So yeah, this whole digital native thing, we heard earlier about just because they're young doesn't mean to say they know how to blog. Yes, young people do seem quite confident using some range of technologies, but moving them beyond a relatively superficial use for talking to their friends and for finding information out and possibly typing things up into genuinely collaborating, genuinely entering into a dialogue seemed to be an issue, together with, of course, issues around institutional tech provision. I think that was pretty much what I had. Oh yeah, a couple of other issues around technology. We wanted to allow them to respond with an image, but we had issues getting WordPress to do that. And it's fair to admit now that the interface for the machine translation could have been a lot less clunky. It kind of assumed the child was able to identify which language they posted in rather than that being automatically determined. Yeah, in terms of sort of cultural issues, the autonomy one is the most interesting. I think we found that the schools which had done the best, where the most interesting work was where they devolved much of the control to children's own individual level. Schools where they were trying to manage the process were much less actively involved in the blogging side of the project. That doesn't mean to say that they got less out of it, but it was much harder for them to take part in the conversation. My email address is on this screen, as is my Twitter handle, but I can't show you the display very much. But thank you all very much. Thank you. Counting down.
Sorry about that. I was assured it's a new project. yeah, so it's very interesting. It has a lot of those mid-morning. So what I think might be quite nice just before we have lunch is I just wanted to see if anyone had any questions at this point or anything you'd like a bit more information on.
We've got one example that we could show of a dialogue between, when it comes up, that might come on 6, that might just be an example.
Well, of course, sorry. Yeah, can I just ask about the communication between teachers and, you know, how much dialogue there was between teachers, and also how much sort of support there was in terms of some of the
I mean, teachers talking to one another. Right, okay. Do you want to answer that, Mark? Technical. It was one of those things, because it's evolved, when we started the project, it didn't have such aspirations, I don't think. Some of these things began to evolve as they do in research projects. And as Miles began to say, but it's much more elegant solution to try this or do this. So we were thinking it's a research project, let's do it, let's have a go. We knew that it was going to be difficult. We knew, particularly in England, a lot of support for IT schools these problems. Miles can tell you a bit more.
Yeah, my perception is that we had very good support provided within each country. So the teachers who were working in England were very happy to get in touch with us about doing particular things or getting things working. What we didn't see much of was connections between teachers at quad level. So children were talking to children, and although we had the staff in conversation in each of the quad blocks, there's not much activity in there. And again, with another time round with the other budget conversation, having the event where all the teachers can come together, either within their quad or across all 25 schools, would have been fabulous as a way of getting everybody working from a shared agenda as exactly how we're going to do that. But because of the difficulties of travel, so that was pretty much down to each country to sort out support for their own teachers. I think this is 3 years on, isn't it? Almost 3 years on. The video conferencing. You know, if you can get that working reliably and robustly between the schools, what a great reflection by support on this. But you wouldn't believe the number of Slack conversations we've had as a project team. Can you hear me? Are you there? Is it working? Is it working? Is it working? We can see you. You know, you've all experienced this sort of thing by video. So it's easy to blame technology. There are things we could have done as an organisation, I'm sure. But, you know, it's not as much as there could have been. I think this is the short answer to your question.
I think Sandy, your own aspect, feelings about that or comments on it. Something about teachers talking to other teachers in the project. On reflection, what you might suggest or.
Well, I suppose because I came to the initial meeting, where I met the teachers from the UK that were going to be doing the project. And then when I went back into school, I got this one, and I handed the project over to her. So she hadn't met the teachers, but it wasn't really I don't know, it wasn't really something that changed.
Yeah, I was in the second year teaching, so I was finding it quite in concert with this project, and I was afraid I not doing very well, I just threw the ladies there. So I had that back in my head, and I just think the voraciousness of working in school, the time to be into something else is one of the biggest hurdle really, because there's always something to do, there's always another pressure, another thing to get through. Even when you think you've got your day as you want to, you find it isn't as you thought it was going to be, because you've got an email about this or something like that. So I think it seems to be from the secondary school point of view, that maybe the time issue would be maybe a problem.
I think, yeah, it's hard to be negative, but no, but I think this is the reality actually. It's a huge issue for those of us working in educational research, actually, is actually being able to do research that is going to be useful in schools and useful for us, but actually the practicalities now, particularly in the way the curriculum is, the way schools are managed, it's very, very hard for it to work in the way that we would all want it to work without putting themselves under a huge amount of pressure. It's a sort of ongoing challenge.
There's another question. Thank you.
My question connected to this discussion. Did you give guidelines to teachers when to talk about offline? What they see happening online was designed in a very clear way to say, was the offline process and now refiguring.
Less of that.
Sorry, just to clarify the question, I wasn't sure if everyone could hear, that's a question about the kind of way that we prompted questioning offline with teachers, what kind of guidance and support did we give? I don't know, Fiona, would you like to say something?
The Irish partners developed a really good paper on sporting response to artwork and sporting questioning and developing discussion. We had discussions when we met, didn't we, Anne-Marie, about that. But you're quite right. And often it was said that the discussions when talking about contemporary art in Europe were very rich in class. So it was very positive. But it's actually an issue for children to actually get that down to write it is a real problem. I mean, but the technology could be, if they could speak it, you know, that might almost be the answer. But, you know, when you're translating your verbal thoughts into written word, there's a real challenge for both primary and secondary pupils.
Thanks very much.
What's the thought for work that you do with teachers and concept of European citizenship?
Well, that was down to myself, but also our teams in Ireland and the Czech Republic. We actually drew up guidance for teachers. So we had we had one teacher training day where we came here and we did work all day and different activities. But then we also worked out basically what we call lines for developing questioning. So resources that we were sending out to them at different points and saying, if you are developing lesson plans, here are ways that you might want to start developing lines of questioning. Here are resources you might want to look at. It was kept purposefully very open because we wanted the teachers to develop the work themselves again to feel that sense of ownership. It's a double-edged sword though, I think, because the very points that Emma and Sammy make are the pressure that you're under now in schools to get everything done leaves quite little room for, quite little scope for making much freer and developed lessons for yourself, and also making sure that you're hitting all the appropriate targets. So, you know, with hindsight, there are perhaps other aspects of that I might refine a little bit more. But
I was going to say, it's interesting that the way our partners approached it, because in different countries they approached it in different ways. And our Spanish partners were very aware of the economic crisis in their country, and the Portuguese actually. And some of the artwork that's come from the primary, particularly, looking at what is going on in their country and about money and what's. I mean, there's one amazing image of people who are sitting in a bath full of money and about corruption as well. So that was very rich. And then the Portuguese used an Irish piece of artwork by Sean Gillen, which was a collage of a changing city. And they got the Portuguese children to look at the history of Portugal from pre-revolution, revolution to the economic crisis. And it's the most wonderful collage, which they've worked through their history and what's going on now through the art, through talking about it. So I think that it's not only the children and the pupils that
grew and changed, it was teachers as well. But of course, as Mary said, we could have had many training days and many, we just didn't have money or the time, really.
And I still do think that certainly looking at the interviews, the transcriptions that have come back from all the interviews that were done with teachers at the end across all the partner countries, it is still the area that's difficult, despite how many resources you give people, the amount of time needed to really try and get to grips with the sense of European citizenship. It's a really, really difficult one. And it will continue to run. Yeah. So, any other questions? We've got a few minutes left, so I know that. Did you want to just talk a little bit?
We could just show you an example
Matthew one.
of inside the quad block.
So this is quad block 6.
Find the
Just
picture.
there he is.
There he is.
So
Correct. Okay.
this is UK primary age child. This is from the landmarks and the building.
I think it might be at the back there as well. So it was their kind of idea of what a connected Europe might look like. But very, very interestingly, and going back to our lovely funds of knowledge that Fiona and I love, he had been to the Olympic site and seen the Anish Kapoor sculpture. So it's very clearly, well, he says himself that it's linked to that, and that was his sort of inspiration.
So that was posted on the blog for everybody to read. Not the image of the orbit, but
no, but his piece of artwork with that little bit of text. That's just a little bit of theory. I'll go whiz past that, because what we want you to look at is the responses. 22 responses, most of them his own class, which is again really interesting way of how they used it, but also 4 Finnish ones there. And again, we did the lovely Wordle thing to kind of find out what was the most used words, but you can really see so positive the language. They really wanted to kind of support one another. It wasn't kind of used in, you hear all the time, don't you, about children being bullied on the web, and it's all negative and tweeting horrible things to each other and trolling, but actually they weren't like that at all. They were very, very positive and wanted to encourage each other. These are we picked out some of the responses that were related to the art aspect. So you can really see that they're looking at the colours, the patterns. I think it's unique, it's awesome, where did you get the idea? They're interested in asking each other those sort of things. Could have had a bit more colour. So again, really thinking critically there as well. We've left all the spelling mistakes for you to see. It looks like the ones decided to dye their, I think it's supposed to be bodies, or we think it is anyway. This was one of the issues, as Mars has already highlighted, about the language and the teachers really being very, very anxious that the spellings aren't right and there's not the right, capital S in the wrong place and no full stops and things like that. But again, it's kind of another way, isn't it? Because they're all used to texting and you don't have to worry about stuff like that. And it's the same sort of language that they're using, a kind of relaxed social language. And again, responding to the citizenship aspect and the European aspect. I like how you connect Europe. I like yours, Matthew, because it looks like everyone is all together. There's that kind of sense of community. Beautiful picture of what we're thinking when you drew it.
And then this one.
This is great. Yeah.
So playing with the language and the squiggles.
Yeah.
So it's just lovely.
It is lovely.
Yeah.
And also just the visual kind of aspect of this goes back to what we showed you of Thomas's case study, where he liked looking at the Spanish language. He didn't want to kind of necessarily feel like he had to read it or know what it said. He just liked the look of it. And
playing around with it, playing with language, playing with the technology of it, and then making a poetic response to it.
Kind of pattern there. Okay, I think that's,
So that's it, that's just taken, that was a very rich response.
Yes,
And it's
yeah.
just taken.
share that with you.
Only one more question here. Did you have cases of students who moved to other platforms, so for example, WhatsApp, in order to text partner messages like that? Or did you prevent that from happening?
No, not prevent, I don't think we had any, I don't know if they did, but we didn't know of anything like that.
I think this is the point I was trying to make rather inelegantly around networking and community. We connected them and we monitored and kept an eye on what was going. It was a research project and we've got data there. I think if we got to the point where there was a sense of genuine community, then you just started to see some children swapping Facebook identities and Snapchat numbers or whatever Snapchat uses. I don't know the young people using technology, etc. Which I don't think we were aware of any of that.
Well, Thomas was the one, he was the one that used the iPad. He was the one that got onto the app, didn't he? I mean, he would have actually, I think he would have done it if you'd given it to him, but the teachers were in another
And again,
dimension.
remember our walled garden safety conscious thing. We didn't provide them with a direct message tool. They couldn't send one out as notes. It was public statements in public space.
And we thought kind of blogging was so cool and and it was so up there. And then we got to kind of Emma, and she was, "Oh, we don't know about blogging." And the kids didn't really like blogging. And I think you said to me, if we'd done some kind of texting type of thing, it might have worked in a better way, we don't know.
We have our own blog site. Kids work horizontal, they don't comment.
No, that's really interesting. I tried to do it for my year 3 group, and so we tried to have a blog. Oh no, we do Facebook, everyone was saying no one will look at a blog. And that's just last week, isn't it? And, it's kind of hard to know what's the right platform. Yes, Dad.
So what happens to this model now? So this is this entire research model, and is that just going to disappear? So obviously you've got your data and you're going to process and work on that.
Yeah, well, no, because we've got our website, haven't we?
So our website will launch fully in the next month, and through that we will try and keep that. I mean, one of our commitments to the EU is it has to be a sustainable output. The website, so it will be out there. The gallery will be out there. We'll be adding resources to it. We'll be encouraging teachers to come online and get involved. And we're also offering things such as if you want to try and set up blogs in this way with other schools, if you'd like to connect with European schools, please do get in touch with us. So we actually hope that it will become an evolving, an evolving website and project. And obviously the element of the automatic machine translation in this online blogging is very significant. It's very new. There hasn't been much research done on it. It's very innovative. So touched with, there's a lot of further research actually and work to be done on this in the future. So, particularly in the context that we're looking at within a European framework and discussing culture and citizenship. So very much hope to continue with that. Okay, thank you all for listening a lot and also discussing and talking. We'll have some lunch will be served out in the Adam room. Back here at 1 o'clock, and Anne-Marie from Finland will be telling you about some of their work and about the partnership model we've had working together as well. And then we'll be doing some practical workshops with you also. They will be able to have a chance to actually do a practical activity together to discuss things in small groups. And then we'll be looking at those, and the results of your workshops will actually become part of our gallery. They will be another part of our Creative Connections project. And then we will have a summary from our expert speakers. So thank you all very much, and back to you in the phone. Thank you. I've done a nice scrolling PowerPoint of images to put up in the
cool.
interim
So
if we want
the live stream.
Oh,
No. Put your slideshow on. That's lovely.
no, that's not it. That's Anne Marie. So I'll put it there. Oh, there we are. No, that's not. Oh, for goodness sake. That's primary. That's Susan. That sounds better. Oh, seems to have disappeared. How weird. Oh, maybe that's just. No, that's Anne Marie. Oh, that's really odd. Is that yours too, Anne Marie?
Yeah,
That
just
one?
kind of back up.
Very wise,
Oh, that's really weird. Maybe it's. I don't know what's happened to it overnight. It's finished primary projects. No, oh, that's strange. Boo. We'll just have a quick look in here. See.
Mary, whatever. Mary. Okay. You're streaming to 2.5 billion people, so you might not want to just go through your home My Documents folder. I think we'll stop the screen sharing whilst you browse through your folder, if that's okay with you.
Please.
Okay. Sharing again. The So folks just coming back from lunch now, for anybody who's still with us on the live stream. I don't think there is anybody still with us on the live stream, but we're back. Okay.
Who's these handbags?
Do you have everything you need? Is that your water?
No.
Let me get you some fresh water then. I'll introduce you.
Okay.
It's all right. That's enough, but I really need the proper introduction. No. Okay, folks, I think we'll get started again as we've got obviously quite a busy afternoon and practical workshops to contend with. And I really wish I hadn't just put a humbug in my mouth. Sorry. How will that sound on the live streaming, Miles? Okay, note to self, including technical instructions. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome a colleague who has become a very good work colleague, partner, and I think we could all say that we're all firm friends now as well. Anna-Marie is from the University of Lapland, which, as I said earlier, is right up on the Arctic Circle in Finland. We know because we went there the other year. And we had a very cultural and inspiring 3 or 4 days at the university's lodge out in these amazing forests. And then on the way back, we had the choice of going on a tour of the university or going to Santa's post office. Guess which one we went to? And on the web is a fantastic photograph of various eminent professors, academics, and others all sitting around Santa, and some people sat on Santa's knee. So, yeah. That's a great photo. Anyway, Anna-Marie and the team in Finland have done some amazing work, which I'm going to obviously just hand over for her to talk about. But we're really delighted to have you here. You're very welcome. And thank you for coming. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello all. I'm really honored to be here, and I'm now trying to represent all the other 5 partners in this project, but unfortunately I can give you only my greetings from Finland, terveisiä Suomesta, tervehdät Suomas. So I wanted to start with all the 3 languages that we have worked with during this project. So I was asked to do a Finnish perspective. I could talk you another half of the day, what we have done in Finland in Creative Connections, but I'll try to do it in 20 minutes. So I'll talk a little bit about our background, then about the schools and the project, and kind of knitting it in together about the images of Europe, the images of identity, the questions of identity. And then I was asked to talk about the blogging in English, which was, of course, another question in our country. To start with an image where we come from, so we were the Nordest partner, and actually being from Rovaniemi, and all the schools that were participating were from the north part of the Finland, so we were actually presenting the north of the Nordest partner. And the schools that were participating were all 600 or 1,200 kilometers from the capital Helsinki, which is in the south tip of Finland. So the distance between those schools were 600 kilometers in the maximum. So we have the variety in that. And here's another map. So the schools were from the south, the urban school 2 urban schools from Oulu. Oulu is the 5th biggest city in Finland, and to say that there's 200,000 inhabitants tells you something about the size of the Finland. So we're 5 million Finnish people in all. So, and Rovaniemi, as you see, almost in the middle, not in the middle, but on the Arctic Circle, we have 80,000 inhabitants. So we actually thought that if we take a school from Rovaniemi, it's not really an urban school yet. So we had to go to Oulu. And from upwards from Rovaniemi, the area is called Lapland. So Oulu is part of northern Finland, but not yet Lapland. And that's another question about the identity that we were crossing. Are we Finnish people? Are we Lappish people? Are we Sami people? Are we European? Then we had an urban secondary school from Muurala, which is near Rovaniemi. That was practical for us to visit. And then to involve this kind of another group, ethnic group, we wanted to have a few Sami schools in the project. And we got along Utsjoki, which is on the border of Finland and Norway. And they have the most northern upper secondary school in European Union, because Norway is not part of the European Union, so that's something that they can be proud of. And actually, few words about the Sami people. Sami people are the only indigenous ethnic group in Europe that is still there. And they live on the northern part of Europe, or in the area that we can say call Lapland. And Lapland is not only the northern part of Finland, but also Norway, Sweden, and Russia. So you can find these Sami people all around the area we call Barents area also. So they're connected with the language and with the culture and with the habits. Go further. So the first school, working also from the south, was Koskela School, which was a primary school. And I wrote it down that it was a multicultural urban school. What it means in Finland, and in this case, 20% of the pupils have an immigrant background, but 80% of them are still the local Finnish pupils. The participating class was the first grade, so 7 to 8-year-olds pupils. And the teacher, Anitta Kuivaniemi, was the only class teacher with us. So all the other teachers were art teachers. So with her, we did a lot of close cooperation. and kind of a co-teaching, cooperate teaching with the lessons. And we'll go closer to that. So what we did there, they explored the countries, made mind maps about the partner countries, about the languages, about the backgrounds, and then they were concentrating on analyzing the artworks. So as it was said already, there was the artwork database, the connected gallery, given to the teachers and available on the website. So we picked up few artworks that we'll look through with the pupils. And the idea was, since the teacher was there, like, oh, we'll get some cooperation with art teachers and we can do something different than what I do normally. So we looked for different kind of approaches and techniques than what they do in the normal art classes. So here's one example of staging a photograph of an artwork. So we have an artwork from Michael Brito called Gathering. It's a Portuguese artist. And first the artwork was discussed and analyzed with pupils. Then we thought, what is Portuguese in that picture and what it would be in Finland? What kind of food the Finnish people eat in a normal everyday meal? And then the pupils staged the photograph. And then there's one of the pupils drawing about this lesson. Because in the end, I asked them to draw what was the best part of the project. And I had a bunch of drawings, which was one of these. One of the challenges with the first class was the question of blogging. They're just learning how to write, and then you take the machine translation and all that technical thing. So we decided with the teacher that the teacher would do the blogging in this case. And what was good is that they had a video projector in their classroom, so they could do it as we're doing it here. So the teacher could show the blog, the pupils could comment, and then she would write it down. So they would be able to see the process and would be able to see their work on the blog. They were able to see the comments that they got, which was nice. Another thing the teacher wanted to integrate it is to do group works, because normally on art lessons, pupils do their own drawings or paintings or individual works. So we did a lot of group works. And one of them was to turn into sounds a piece of artwork. So the pupils were thinking what kind of sounds you would hear in this place. And then they looked for different instruments to make those sounds and composed kind of a partitura or composed kind of a script. And then they played and recorded it. So it was also the sound file was posted on the blog. And for me, this was really exciting because we had a class teacher who was specialized in dance and in music. So to do this kind of thing with the art teacher, we wouldn't know how to work with music, but she did. So it's really nice to do that. And in exchange, they wanted to do snow sculpture. And that's a specialization in our university that they wanted to do. And this is from February. And actually how we did it, I had a big backpack and I packed it in our university full of the snow sculptures tools, and I took train to go to Oulu, and we did a day of snow sculpture. But you can see the process, which was also important, that they always went through the background research. They did sketches, they looked for inspiration images, they made small scale models, and then the actual sculpture. So you can see our inspiration artwork on the top corner, which is a snow sculpture from Timo Jokela called Father's Signs. And you can see the pupils' versions. But we were really happy that the pupils' snow sculpture actually looked like they were planned and made by them. So that was the idea. And their topic was that they took this kind of symbolic animals for different countries. So this is for Ireland. And they made a snow sculpture for each of the 6 countries. So to work with the small pupils of this age, we had to find kind of different, really concrete things to connect the countries, connect the cultures. Going forward to Muurola, so we're going a little bit upwards for a while. Another Finnish class, that's an 8th grade optional art class of 14 and 15-year-olds that we worked with. And they were doing 3 different artworks. So they had 2 hours per each week, 2 lessons per week, which is quite little in 3 months. Plus they had all these interrupting whole school projects also. So they did their image about Europe, their own version about one of the artworks that they have chosen from the artwork database. And then they had taken pictures from a spot that was important for them in their hometown or home area. So that's one in the corner. Go further. And also mind mapping. Mind mapping Europe was the starting point. And actually in this case, a lot of the mind maps had the Eiffel Tower. It's like, where does the Eiffel Tower come from? How does it is? How come that's the symbol of Europe? But then when they turn it into their Europe, my vision of Europe, we got more interesting imagery. We'll show you later on. So in this school, the pupils could choose the technique and the materials they wanted to use for their own version of the artwork. And that was special in the way that the teacher worked. And she also said that even though the pupils were commenting on the blog really shortly, really nice, I like it, these kind of examples that we already had, it made a difference that they had the blog. And it was, obviously it was important for them. Even that small comment, that very nice picture, it was important for them. Something about the images of Europe. A few of the works here from Muurola and other from Oulu Upper Secondary School. So there was a lot of images that were depicting the connectedness. You had the people holding hands, you had the European stars, European Union flag. So most of the images of Europe that they made were positive. They were depicting the different seasons, the different foods, the variety that there is in Europe, the different languages. And then also the connection to the holidays and travels. And something that I like here is that there's the person herself, and then she depicts the rest of the Europe as the other people. And the green area, she explained, is connects her area of where she's influencing. So it's kind of growing. So I think this kind of imagery as being part of a community came out with the upper secondary school students. And what is interesting here is also the notion of Europe and European Union as what I've heard from my British colleagues, what is the atmosphere here, is kind of the opposite in Finland, that the crisis in Ukraine has cut down all the criticism about the European Union. Because if something happens, Finland will be leaning towards European Union. And we have a long border with Russia, so we're really on our toes now. So what the crisis is doing here is doing the opposite in Finland. So there's not that much negative speech going on. When we started the project, there was some negativity about the economical crisis. The Finnish people are complaining that we have to pay for the Greek people, we have to pay for the Spanish people, we have to support them, and do we want to do that, or do we have to do that? And the economical crisis was seen really strongly in the Spanish pupils' works. And it also reflected in few of the Finnish ones. So there's one boy who has made the drawing with the castle, which is almost falling from the cliff. And he called it the castle of the stock market. And he picked out the name in English by himself. I don't know how he knows that. And then you have few images about this kind of conflicts and uncertainty. But that there's a lot of positivity in the description that the pupil has made. So she has replaced the young people and the children kind of in a bubble in the middle. So I think in general, the pupils were really enthusiastic about being able to connect with other European countries and kind of saw all these conflicts and disagreements outside of their world. Then we have the upper secondary school from Oulu called Oulun Suomalaisen Lyceon Lukio, and that's why we also shorten it with 4 letters. Special about this school was that it was a voluntary project, an extracurricular project that the pupils could do. And they were given the artwork examples, the different categories, how to start an art project, what would be the artist role or the artwork role. And they could develop their own project. And the discussion started from how to express what are the Finnish people, how to express others, what is the everyday life in Oulu, for example. But what they ended up with were really about the personal identity, some of them about national identity. And these pupils, they were 17, 18-year-olds. Some of them had been blogging already. So they were really active bloggers and writing really long texts. And then in the end, a little bit disappointed about the short answers that they got and the comments. So in a way, they were excited and they already saw the potential on this kind of working. But we couldn't go kind of all the way there. So these are a few of their final works. On the left, there's a goddess of the forest, and the student made research about this natural mythology and kind of the beliefs that are in the Finnish history. It used to be a pagan country worshipping forest gods and animals, and to go all the way there, kind of to the national poetry also. And that was her interpretation. Then there's obviously few things that are related to the personal history. The little girl's two-year-old party. And then also kind of a foggy picture that we talked about, should we censorize this project or not? And of course, when we were talking about 17, 18-year-olds, that was about the sexual identity. And the first versions of the image were really realistic, and happily she ended up doing really abstract version of it. But there was all the process was there. But he was really mature to explain it and the importance of it. And we kind of said, okay, we'll put it out there and we'll see if we get complaints. Then on the top corner, there's one of the pupils' project was about the people moving into bigger cities and the countryside getting emptied. And she had songs related about that and all this kind of background material. So, but for them, or in our case, the speciality in this school was that they were really creating this kind of their own projects and driving through that. But the upper secondary school, they have specialization in visual arts and in theater. So the pupils had done, for example, a course about contemporary art before. So they were really into this kind of working. Then about the blogging in English. The students, when we explained that we would be blogging and there would be pupils from UK and Portugal, some of them said, of course I will write the blog in English because they won't understand if I do it in Finnish. And then I said, yeah, but there's the translator that you can use and they can use. And then they said, no, I don't trust that. And that was my first reaction when I heard that in the start of this project that we will be using Google Translator or Bing. I was thinking, yeah, but it doesn't work in Finnish. So actually our pupils in Muurola and in upper secondary school in Oulu, they were writing all the blog posts in English straight away. The Finnish pupils study English from third grade, so since they're 9 years old. So also, thanks to the Finnish education system, you can understand what I say here, hopefully. So that explains it all also. In Muurola, for example, they, when exploring the artworks, the teacher said that the pupils can volunteer, and she gave a translator signs for the voluntary pupils. So they were helping out to translate the English texts, the backgrounds about the artworks. And then when working on the computers, they were using online dictionaries to help to find the words. And of course, they were really short in what they were writing. But at the same time, you can see one of the pupils from Oulu here explaining her work. So the change from the secondary school to 3 years older pupils or students in upper secondary school is really big here. So in a way, it was their own choice to blog this way. But then we'll have exception in the Sami schools that is coming out. So we jump into up to the north. We had one teacher participating, but two different schools. So she was teaching in upper secondary school, the Sami high school, and then she's also a class teacher for second and third grade pupils. So that's why we had the two schools, but one teacher. And I think I'll give you I have a short video clip. I want to start with. No. I thought I had it here already open. Oh, it's here.
Oh, sorry.
So that's the starting from upper secondary school pupils, or the students' introduction video that they made. It was testing how fast you can read. But I wanted to give you a little bit about the sound world, because the traditional music that the Sami people have has a huge importance in their culture, and it's also a big part of their school and their education. So what was different there? Also, to give you a little bit of imagery, where these people live in. We're talking about really far in the north, and in a culture that is related to the nature cycle. So the traditional way of living of the Sami people is connected to the reindeer herding. So it's more or less also part of these children's life, plus the fishing and hunting birds and all these kind of seasonal things go around with that. You can see in the middle the band photo of the second grade pupils. So they were also recording and performing a music piece to the website to show for the other pupils. What happened in the Sami schools with the both of the two groups of students is that somehow, instead of exploring the European identity, it turned into how we will explain to others what is to be a Sami person. How do we explain them? How do we make them understand that we don't live here with the penguins and polar bears? And especially one of the pupils, they were going through the blog and watching, for example, video from Dublin, because there was one upper secondary school from there, and then they were looking at that and saying how they will ever understand where we live, with all these fells and with one street and with a small community of 1,200 people, and with all the nature and all the quietness and all the snow. So what it turned out to be is that they're explaining in all their artworks, the upper secondary pupils, with photographs, with videos, are kind of bringing out what is their background, what is their everyday life, what is their culture. You can see here a picture with two flags. There's a Finnish flag and then there's a Sami flag. So even though there's no officially Sami land, they have their own flag, and they have their own congress or parliament. So it brings out something about the special culture that they have. And since they were in a state of being suppressed for a long time, they have kind of grown into fighting for their culture. So they also had the sense, they already had the sense of cultural identity, which was really strong. So they didn't have to start to look for that or start to explore that. And also they were the most enthusiastic about this possibility to be connected through internet to other countries, to other schools. Because of their remote location, it's not that easy to cooperate with other schools, especially on the European level. Of course, at the same time, even though they're far up in the north, there are communities near in Norway, in Sweden, in Russia, and they're really used to cooperate with these nearby communities over the country borders. In Utsjoki, there's half of the population is Sami, half of them are Finnish. So most of the pupils also had a background that their mother was Finnish speaking, maybe father was Sami speaking. So the community is really bilingual, or since they are really near across the border, you go across the bridge and you're in Norway. So many of them also speak Norwegian. So that was a big difference also. You can go and walk in the school, and they had a poster about the different winter garments and accessories. And you had the name of the winter boots in Finnish, in Sami, and in Norwegian. So they're actually actively learning the 3 different languages. Go further. So if the older students were photographing and making video, the smaller ones were making drawings about what they did on their weekend, or presenting the music. And that's the piece. What came out, I think, in general in this project, what was interesting is that we had the artwork examples. And especially in Sami schools, they of course had a lot of discussion around this work. It's a Sami painter, Markku Laakso's painting Coffee Break. And what they were talking about was that the young lady here doesn't have the appropriate Sami dress. That's not the correct one. She shouldn't be wearing this hat with this dress. And then they realized, they started to think about, okay, but the children in Portugal see this. The young people in UK see this, how they see this picture, how they understand that. And that's something that came out also in Oulu. They were looking at pictures, analyzing the artworks, and then they started to think how they see this in UK, how they see this in Ireland. And I think that was one good part of this project, start to think how other people see pictures, how they interpret the pictures, what is the cultural context in seeing images. And here's the younger pupils class. So you can see that they're actually using these kind of Sami costumes. They're using them in festivities, on special days, not every day in the school, but of course when you take a school picture, you have to have your best dresses on. And at the same time, it also shows the different identities, the different backgrounds of the pupils. Not all of them are wearing this kind of dress. So there are different backgrounds. And then there's a picture from the school wall where they have been drawing the different versions, the Sami dress from the different towns, from the different areas. So it's really strict and regulated what kind of dress is for which family or which area. There was some talk about here how it was, okay, so we go for the blogging. We go for the blogging then. There was some discussion here that the people had to shoehorn the projects. And in Finland, the teachers kind of tried to knit it inside the curriculum. And in the upper secondary school, there's a course about architecture, design, and place. And that's where the teacher integrated this course. But as you see, it ended up being about their home areas and their home places, which was okay. In the blogging, what the Sami people did, they were doing blogging in 3 different languages or 2 different languages. So the poor pupils had to write the same thing in Sami, in Finnish, in English, in some cases in Sami and in English. And they were the ones who opened our minds to using of this web translator, because when afterwards asking, they were like, yeah, we used that. We used it for the information text about the artworks. No, it's not perfect, but it helps. So probably because they live in this kind of mixture of languages, and they're more concentrating about understanding people than in the small folds. It helps them to use these kind of tools if they are available. What this translator does is problematic with Finnish because of the structure of the language. Finnish is not a Germanic language, it's not a Latin-based language. So what it does to Finnish text, I'm not showing you an example, it wouldn't say you anything, but you can imagine what English text would look like if you take out all the prepositions, all the ins and intos and tos and betweens and all the articles. So that's what the translator does. Plus, in Finnish language, we have words that have 2 totally different meaning. So it's all about the context, which the translator doesn't translate. But of course, the Finnish pupils find this really funny because they were using it to read others' text and use this to read this information text. And what they did, they started to imitate it. They started to write this kind of Google Translator Finnish. And of course, the teacher got mad and said, of course, you have to write the proper Finnish, and it's not real Finnish to write like this. And it was funny that the 9-year-old did that, but also the 17-year-old boys in the upper secondary school did that. So they find it hilarious. So this kind of play with the languages was really, really interesting. And this is the last slide. So one of the examples of the quirkiness is, I don't know why, the translator translates also the names. So this one you can understand. So, Kari was really happy to see that his name changed. And this is on the website at the moment. It's still there.
But it's in the private side.
No, it's in the public side. It is in the public side. And for some reason, I tried to translate the top line into Spanish, into Portuguese, into Czech, and it doesn't change the names. But when you translate it into English, it changed the names. So they did have a lot of fun. They did have a lot of fun with it. Sorry. I have no idea. Especially thinking that Taavi, it's a Finnish version of name David. So it could be turning, it doesn't have any logic how it changes the names. But to summarize it, the good point was that it was tested and we saw that there is possibilities and it can be used to certain amount, the translator, and probably in the future it will be more and more. And of course, even more since our pupils do study English, so they have some background on that, so they can use it to help them on the translation process. So, thank you. Kiitos.
Thanks to Anne-Marie. Every time we hear different feedback from our partners, we get something fresh, and I think that's going to be my new nom de plume, Ludwig van Dijk. Such a good name. Okay, I know we've run a little bit late, but as Anne-Marie had come such a long way, I didn't want to stall this at all, because you can just see the differences we're playing with just from looking at what the Finnish experience has been compared to the taster we've given you of the UK experience. But what we'll do now is we're going to move everybody physically as well as mentally. We'll move you down to the green corridors, the teaching rooms, and we're going to do some just practical work together in groups. Fiona and Susan have worked on a package which they can tell you about now. We will move through into there and do that. We've got about half an hour, and then we'll come back and feed back to one another. And then we'll have a final panel session.
That was really good, wasn't it? Down there, and it's this one. Okay. When my colleague over there said, what's the workshop going to be? Everyone's a little bit nervous, but you needn't be worried. It's going to be a really nice little short activity that just gets you thinking about some of the things that we've been talking about today. And we're going to start off by showing you this image, which is one of our images from the wonderful artwork database that Anne-Marie and her colleagues, that was part of their part of the project, was to make that kind of fantastic gallery that is on the website for you all to see and use. And we're going to just have a quick look at this image, and I want you to have a look at it for just a minute and then talk to your next door neighbour about what you think about this. What's going on there and what does it make you think of? Just for a couple of minutes.
that's in the middle row.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, enough time for chatting. Really nice to hear all that talking going on. Who'd like to sort of say your first impressions of this? What sort of things were you talking about? What do you think is going on here? What does it make you feel?
About the contrast between the buildings, the old and the new.
Yes, absolutely. So this kind of perhaps is a real picture. You think of perhaps like Oxford Street or something, and then on top it's been kind of superimposed on top, this sort of futuristic view, perhaps of the same place. Do you think? Yeah. What else does this picture sort of talk to you about?
I was thinking about the whole Celtic tiger, planning disaster, financial crisis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what made you think that that might have something to do with this?
Because it's Irish.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I wanted to know that was something behind it, and like so I know that in Dublin, we're kind of crazy that whole period.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's O'Connell Street, so that was where, it's a kind of major kind of point. But what has the artist also done to kind of make us think, even if we don't know that story, that there's a sense of kind of perhaps doom about it? Sorry? Yeah, absolutely. That kind of colour in the sky and perhaps it's a storm brewing. It's all kind of there, isn't it? Absolutely. Some questions there that helps us kind of think about that image. So although I've kind of given that to you as a kind of blanket, what do you think? These are the sort of questions that you might ask of pupils to get them to think about the image in the way that and to kind of guide them along the way that you want them to. It's particularly good for you with your what is an open question. And again, it's kind of going back to that image, what is familiar and what is strange about it? It's quite a good kind of question to hook children in, because they might look at it and think, oh yeah, okay. And then you start thinking, well, what is strange about that? That's a really good word, I think, to kind of help you think about an image. What makes you feel uncomfortable, or does something make you feel uncomfortable? And of course, we've just worked out actually that sort of sense of doom almost is there in the colour in the sky, in those kind of huge impending kind of towers that are in the background. And what sort of message is trying to be conveyed by this? And that little activity is really kind of important for us to think about how we use contemporary art with our children in schools. One of the problems that we had in our primary schools, that the teachers were very, very uncomfortable in using images that they didn't really feel they knew much about. And sort of opening yourself up to those kind of possibilities can lead into fascinating discussions, as we've kind of already sort of highlighted to you. Our Portuguese colleagues, I think Fiona already mentioned this to you earlier, used that image to think about their own crisis, if you like, and revolution within their sort of history of their country. And they produced this absolutely fantastic artwork. And we were lucky enough to actually see this physically, and it is huge. It's about that size, and the children worked together collaboratively on this with really loads of like drawing and collage, and it kind of takes you through all the sort of stages of their history. So it's a history lesson, it's a citizenship lesson, it's an art lesson. It is all of those things all in one, but it also expresses their ideas and feelings about all of that as well. As you can see, that kind of fantastic, there's some bubbles, if you like, of some euros just sort of drifting off into the sky out of everybody's reach. And it's absolutely wonderful piece of artwork that they made as a result of that. I thought we'd like to show you that. And this is just about artwork. You can have a quick read of this if you like. So it follows the same formal structure as the piece of artwork they were looking at. But again, sort of really thinking about it within their own context. So can really reinterpreting it for themselves and not just copying something. I think that's really kind of an important sort of part of that. Okay. We're going to split you now into 2 groups. And we're going to take you off to a little room, and we're going to do a kind of image reading exercise with you, a bit like this. But we want you to think about, we're going to give you an image, and you can work in pairs or threes, and to devise some questions that you would use to engage children with that image, with a citizenship theme. And then we're going to come back together, and you can each do a little presentation within their group. Isn't that right?
Make a visual response.
Make a visual response as well with that. We've got all the equipment, so don't worry about it. And I think we're only going to have quite a short time for this. It's nearly, what's time? Nearly 2 o'clock. So shall we say about quarter of an hour to be back in here? About 1:15. We'll be back in here, okay, and we can look at the artwork and you can talk about what you've been doing. So, Fiona, would you like to take 10? I don't mind. Does it matter? Okay. Mary, do you want to go with Fiona, and then Miles can come with me? Yeah? Okay? So, would you like to choose?
Mary, back at about 2:30 was that?
Well, we'll come back here at 2:15.
Okay.
I didn't think we were going to this.
It's my first one.
I just wanted to borrow a user Twitter.
Oh, I can see. I can sit more than ever sit. I'll pass it straight over to you. I don't know who's logged in, so I don't think I'm doing that. Which I put on a stick and then pass
Yeah,
it
that'd be great, thank you.
If I can find which one it was.
Yeah, I think
Finish. Might be this one. No, that's Fiona and Susan's.
no. No, what about that one?
That's
Oh, the
finish.
finished one, okay.
Might be the PDF.
Oh gosh, but if it's a PDF, that's
No,
not gonna work.
that's not that one anyway, is it?
No.
Oh, here we
What
go.
about that one? That's not, oh, it's not a PDF, is it? Okay, could I?
Was it this one?
Yeah, that's
Yep.
that one.
Okay, which one's mine? No. Ah, yeah. There we go. Just pop it on there.
Under meetings, next one.
I'll put that onto meetings. Doesn't really matter where it goes.
No, just so I know where to find
No,
it.
right, yeah. Checked it. If it's gonna let me. There we go. Device is currently in use, right? Okay, let me just do that.
Right,
There
thank
you
you. Let's just put this down. Yeah, of course.
Hi, I'm just putting my PowerPoint on, if that's okay. Your list, I'll put it down here.
There's a live stream running at the moment. I can cancel that if you want.
Where is it?
whatever's on the screen. So,
Okay, it's just.
but I can pause it. There's your.
There's- Okay, so I need you to put on whatever you want back on.
No,
Is there a camera here to do the live streaming? How do you do
There
it?
is a camera, I'm sure. They have cameras in most of these rooms.
So are
But
you, are
the-
you, are
no.
you really streaming?
Yes, we're still streaming. Hello, everybody.
And there is a camera.
No, but we're not using the camera. We're using a thing called Google Hangouts. So all this does is show whatever's on my desktop to the web.
This thing.
This computer, yeah.
But this doesn't include camera recording.
There's no camera involved. It's just software.
It could have been.
Well, we could use a webcam, but I can't, as far as I'm aware, I can't use a webcam at the same time as doing desktop streaming.
And then we'll carry on.
And it seems better to show slides.
Yeah. Are you warming up a bit now?
Switching. Now, is this plugged on?
Where's
Oh,
that
here we
thing
are.
gone?
Have you, now you need to put it, hold on. Which one?
Did you have this one? It's on laptop. Right. But I'll need it on PC first because we'll get the camera on there. It's on yours. Okay. We'll start with this, shall we?
Yeah.
Okay. Which group had this picture?
Mary's group here. Mary's
group. Right, Mary, would Mary's group like to come up? Is it just you, Mary? No.
Yeah, they were very well behaved, yeah.
Okay, just make sure everybody has a good look at this picture. It's from one of our Portuguese artists, Michael de Brito, called The Gathering. Okay. And your response, where are you going? Is it just you two did this? Come on. Okay. And this is their visual response. Isn't that beautiful? Okay. Would you like to tell us all a little bit about how you your questions, what you thought about the image, and
I could flip between Michael de Brito and this one, couldn't I? Do you want to say something? Would one of you like to say something about Michael de Brito? This beautiful, The Gathering. Well, no, what your response was. Sorry, Tabitha. Yes, tell us about that.
We talked about the sort of traditional family settings, which are different from country to country. And then our main thought was about, would all the members of the EU be able to, like if we have one person from each country, what would it look like if it all sat down and lived together? Which is what our lovely piece of artwork was trying to illustrate. So we've got various different flags, but if you mix up the colours as well, you know, not thinking about everyone as individual entities. And then using our resources, we've tried to put in some foods that might possibly appear, and the stars of the European Union.
And on the table is the melting of all the colors.
Yeah.
Because they all get together in the middle to cook the meal with the different types of ingredients you have. So we could call this drawing you.
That's lovely. Well, this will be recorded as an image response to the project, so it will be the EU meal. I shall go and put it on the board right now. Okay, thanks very much, this group.
What else have we got here? Okay, this one next. Claire and your group, would you like to come up? In the UK, we had to, we're going to find some artists who would let us use their work. And in the UK, we had a real struggle trying to get artists to allow us to use their work without having to give them royalties. And so we only had, I think, 2 from UK. And I think Anna Marie in Finland, you had lots of people who were just willing to let you use their artwork. We had Rachel Whiteread and the lovely Singh twins who said, yes, absolutely use it for your project. And Banksy, who just, when I wrote back, he sent me some weird kind of email saying, sorry, I cannot reply right now, I am drunk. And I kind of took that as a yes, we could use his artwork. Okay, so the Singh twins, tell us what did you make of this image? Tell us a little bit about your reaction to it.
Yeah, so we're talking about the sort of iconic, religious iconic look of it. But how the symbolism hasn't changed. So the central figures were the Beckham family. They're supported by a pile of magazines and newspapers, which we took to be the media. Then they have some sort of supporters and making offerings at the bottom. There were lots of sort of very typical British, the lion, there were some poppies at the bottom. And then they were being showered by, golden coins to sort of just further enhance their royalty. So it was playing around with flipping it about, flipping the imagery.
Yeah, okay, and your lovely drawing. Okay, so how did you, that's really great, isn't it?
So we talked about how hard it is to think of any people that actually symbolise the whole of Europe. So we went empty throne.
But not only empty, we've got a nice spangly bit there in the centre of it. That's like a little mirror, as in whoever is looking at it sees
That's fantastic.
We also had the European flag, so we had a few objects, pots and pans, candle in a vacuum cleaner that sort of represented their everyday life, as we were talking about how this image didn't necessarily represent the everyday life of Europeans and how the sort of flag rises out of the everyday life. And we also added in the last bit the ominous black dog, which is still pondering what it's figure with it.
Snapping at the heels of the EU, maybe. Okay, that's really fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. This one. Okay, this group that did this. Up you come, everybody. Fiona, what was the other image? Okay, we'll have to get this. Let's make sure it's up the right way. Yeah. Okay. This group looked at the image that actually Anna Marie has already shown. So we had kind of slightly different ideas about it, though. Do you want to tell them what you talked about with this? All of you can.
Well, it's kind of raised a lot of ideas about the culture, the gender, the roles, and we ended up talking at the end about the gender roles and how here the woman is pouring the coffee or whatever it is for the man, and we wanted to change it. So in our artwork, it's the man who's gonna help the woman. So she's handing to him the iron.
And how it's bowing down to her. But also we saw the two cultural differences as well, so bringing in citizenship into it. So you see that he's from Morocco, Tennessee and all that, so you see the two different sides.
Yes, we were talking about kind of clash of cultures, I suppose,
Yeah.
really. And in the image, we also found the car in the background there, the crash. Patsy's been crashed and she's helping him out. So we had a little story going on about what has brought those two together. And that's quite kind of a really interesting citizenship question. What brings us together? What circumstances bring us together? So that was the kind of conversation that we had. And do you want to tell them a little bit about how you came to make the artwork? Because everyone, when I said, now we're going to make an artwork, they went,
European stars.
yes, European stars. Yeah.
Well, I suppose it's challenging assumptions of what things represent and how we understand roles and individuals' roles within them. So the iron seemed to be a very nice substitute for the teapot. And just to think about just challenging those perceptions of how individuals in societies function. And as we didn't have a male member of our group, being sort of exchange point between the two figures. But it is really just as Susan was saying that different cultural conceptions about how we come to sort of be a part of a kind of an community. Like in a collage. Yeah.
Yes, and a collaborative work as well. Everybody wanted to work together, and it kind of happened all very quickly at that point, didn't it? Which is really great. Yeah.
To not be conformist to the edge of the page. We want to go beyond the page.
Yeah.
So that was well done.
Yeah, that was great. Well done. Thank you very much. And the last one was shopping. Shopping is my hobby. This one, this group. Okay. Ooh, thank you. I'm going to have to do it like a film. And have to do it like a film, like that. Okay, right. Do you want to talk about your image first of all? What you?
Well, we were wondering. We weren't sure about the actual image and the statement going together initially, and we were looking at the types of the clothing that's being worn, and we were thinking, well, what sort of shopping would it be? Because it's not like, it doesn't look like fashion, but then that's maybe our concept of fashion. And, we were wondering what's in the bag. But the main questions that we ended up coming up with were where's the person been, where are they going, and what happens next because of the ellipsis at the end of the shopping is my hobby, the ellipsis.
But being added to who that person might be.
Okay, so do you want me to show you the image now? Your image? Okay, so it looks somebody of mystery.
And perhaps she's dreaming of shopping being her hobby, because actually shopping is a bit of a drudge, or she might have freedom from going shopping, or all those questions that come out.
We wondered, first of all, we thought the shoes looked like somebody elderly, and then when we looked,
And we just kind of looked at like the proportion of everything, so I thought it could be a child, because if you were holding a bag, it generally wouldn't be.
Oh, right, yes, yeah.
It could be a child, we're not quite sure.
Yes,
Except
I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. And you kind of put the outside the inside outside as well, have you, by putting that little horse on there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're sort of trying to tell us what's in the bag a little bit. It looks like a sort of sculpture of.
Or perhaps she's dreaming of what could do.
Yeah.
She doesn't look very well off. And actually, coffee is a luxury, isn't it? Really? All sorts of issues were there, weren't there? Really?
Yeah. So you could talk about Europeanness in terms of how we are consumer society.
She doesn't look like she's a consumer at all.
No. So there's the other side of that coin. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. That's lovely. Really great. Okay. Right. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. That activity. I think it's always very difficult, the afternoon slot. I think everyone sort of starts to feel a bit sleepy. Luckily, we've had Anne-Marie's fabulously inspiring talk and that nice little thing to get us up out of our seats, as I always really like to see people up out of their seats anyway. I think the next part of this is our expert panel, isn't it? So would our panelists like to come up to the podium and not fall off a little bit? Okay, you going to?
Yes, I think some of them have got presentations.
Oh, have you got presentations? Oh, have you? Sorry. Are they loaded?
I think everyone has loaded.
Okay.
Have you all loaded it? Yeah, they're very good.
Very good.
So it's got the largest table in here, so everyone has their rest of perch with that.
Okay, right, so we've come to the final, one of the final parts today, so penultimate is the session today. Just a time really for reflection, because like all good educators, we all need time to reflect on what we've done, and so I'm absolutely delighted today that we've been able to ask a panel of three experts in the areas relating to our project. We have Peter Gregory, who's an art expert, we have Bryony Hoskins, who's a European citizenship expert, and we have Sarah Horrocks, who is a blogging expert. Each of them are going to just provide about 10 minutes or so of their reflections on having a look at the findings from our project, but also being here today, just being part of this event, seeing how people have responded and talking about the event. So, Sarah, would you like to go?
Yes. I mean, it's so huge, the scope of this project. It's absolutely fascinating. So the fact that it's the blogging, it's the technology, it's linking across countries, it's art. So there's such a lot to say really about it. I'll try and be succinct. One of the things that I was particularly interested in was around the whole notion of support for blogging. And the role of the teacher in supporting blogging, and things like understanding the blog as a medium, understanding what commenting is all about, and actually all of those things do need quite a lot of input. And I think Miles was saying earlier that it needs that kind of technology, needs that that adult teacher support. So that was one of the themes that I was really interested in, and how that might be done kind of in the future with similar projects or with these schools. Because I think, blogging, we perhaps do think that, as we spoke about earlier, about kind of children as digital natives, and actually that's not the case. Blogging is a whole kind of genre in itself. And these are also what we've been talking about today. They are educational blogs. They are class blogs, which is a bit different to perhaps a kind of blog which a young person or a child might set up for themselves, and it is about a kind of community. Other thoughts. I think this whole notion about a kind of community of practice and collaborating between schools. I was very interested in the fact that when we saw that network image about children's comments on each other's blogs, that children actually commented most on their own class. And actually I think that would be the natural thing to do. And in the study that I was involved with last year, that was very much the case. And we felt that was very important to build that community of writers and that community of bloggers. And perhaps that's the first thing that needs to happen before the children can have that confidence to sort of go out and make those connections with the children, students in the other schools. I know that in the findings you talked about whether there could have been more support around the children having and young people having some kind of contact with each other through video or photographs, and I think that's something that would be really powerful. I'm involved in a very kind of small link between a school in London and a school in New York, and they're making scratch games for each other to play. But what's been really significant is that they made really short videos about themselves, and that made the children much more interested in playing each other's scratch games and then commenting on them. So I think, Miles said again that the technology has kind of moved on, even in the period that you've been working on this project. I think that would be something that would be great to explore. And then in terms of the teachers, it seems as if that would be, again, a kind of a next step in this kind of work, is to have much more connection between the teachers in the project, and to use things like Google Hangouts for teachers to connect. I know there's the kind of translation and language problem, but I'm sure people would kind of find their ways around that. And I've seen lots of really nice examples of teacher communities just getting together on a Google Hangout and talking about particular themes. I think that could be something that could be quite powerful. In terms, I know you're going to be talking a bit more about the arts. I hope I'm not kind of stepping on kind of colleagues' feet there. But I think I wondered about the whole support around critiquing and whether that happened very much within the project. And there's some great work that the Innovation Unit have done called Work That Matters, where they cite the work that's been done at the high-tech high schools in San Diego. And there's a whole kind of guidance around structure around critiquing, which could be used for the art, but also you can use that very much to support commenting in blogs. So that whole notion about keeping it positive, making it specific, asking questions, those sorts of things. And those are the kind of key issues, I think. So maybe we can come back to some of the other things in a while. Just checking this. Yeah, I suppose one of the things that was really striking about the project is about creating a dedicated space for students to have a dialogue on, and I thought that was very interesting. So it's not that it's just the kind of a wide open space and separate school blogs, but it actually is this dedicated space, and it made me think about the work of the Youth Voices project. There's a guy called Paul Allison, who I visited in the States. And again, that's kind of a dedicated space for students to have conversations around particular themes. I think there's great value in that.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Thank you. What I think we do is if everyone does a bit of reflection, we can do some questions at the end.
Very careful not to fall off the back then.
Mine is only being with us.
That would be
Going out in a couple of weeks.
And this could be the end. Oh, okay, right. I've put it map of travel. I gave it a bit of a title because I thought that this would help in highlighting what we've learned in terms of European citizenship and how European citizenship can be understood from real people and real lives, and the process of co-constructing and developing the concept of European citizenship. So what has really come out from all the artwork, all the discussions and dialogue from the young people is that it can be really personal, and it's that identity development and the relationships. We heard about the relationships within the classroom developing in more depth, but the relationships across young people from different countries together, and the teachers from different countries, and the project workers, the researchers across Europe. This is all very important part of developing the concept of European citizenship. And it can be a bottom-up process, very much European Commission or European Union or whatever. It's blamed for being a very top-down organisation or a top-down concept, but actually it can be a very bottom-up project, and I think that this is what the Creative Connection has really shown, is that it can be about young people real lives and building it up in a way together and co-constructing something new. If you don't like exactly how it is now, well, it's about getting involved and developing it in a way which works better for young people today. And I was really inspired by the picture drawn by the Italian, the girl with the Italian grandfather. If you remember the image which they created, and this showed for me really how it could be a real life, a real story of a relationship. And in this way, I just wanted to explain to you a little bit more about European citizenship and why I feel, and my story of European citizenship. So this is just a section of Europe, okay. But the story that I want to tell you begins from my husband, way before he was my husband, and before I knew him. He was born in around Lyon here somewhere, and he worked for the train company SNCF, built very good trains, much better than ours in the UK. And and then they were going to build a Eurostar, so they're going to build a tunnel between London and France and Belgium. And SNCF were part of the winning contract we won. And so my husband then came to London, and I was studying sociology in London, doing my undergraduate, my undergraduate PhD's just starting at that point, and we accidentally met in a bar in London and fell in love, and this is the start of many European stories. Unfortunately, the Eurostar was built, and so he had to go back to France in order to continue his work on the trains back in France. So I was thinking, well, what can I do in continental Europe? Because being a typical Brit, I hadn't really learned any other languages and was more focused on the US and these kind of things. But I thought, well, what the hell? So I went to Belgium, and I did a traineeship at the European Commission and worked on young people's projects, developing funding for European voluntary service, so young people can go and volunteer in another country, and all kinds of youth work projects for young people which were funded by the Commission. So I worked there for a while, and that helped me build further connections. And so I then moved to Strasbourg and worked at the Council of Europe, where they work predominantly on human rights. But I was working on youth policy then, on bringing together youth research from around Europe and then transferring this into policy. And we also had a centre in Budapest, so I also then moved across quite frequently to Hungary and back. Then I moved to work at the European Commission Research Centre in a totally beautiful place by Lake Maggiore in Italy, which was certainly the most beautiful place I've ever lived. Wonderful food, beautiful sunshine. But unfortunately that came to an end. So I went back into academia and came back to where I started back in London. But I still live here, and my husband still lives down here, and we travel backwards and forwards every other weekend, backwards and forwards across Europe. And this story began in 2000, and now it's 2014. So and we got married in 2010 in Beaujolais, somewhere around here. But yeah, it's. I'm still very much involved in France, and my husband's family life in France. He's still very much involved in my family life in England. And this, to me, is what European citizenship is about. It's about living, working in different places, building relationships, having families, and just living and co-constructing a Europe which is certainly different to how it was like 20 years ago. The idea of living in two different parts, two different countries, travelling backwards and forwards. This is a really new understanding of European citizenship, which young people have built. Well, I was young back in 2000. And yeah, I think that was really important point coming from all the different presenters from this conference. But I think the real challenge is to connect the artwork and the stories to some deeper understanding of citizenship, to dig that bit deeper. And some of the artwork we've just had now has dug a bit more deeper in terms of gender equality, how does that connect with European rights, etc. But one thing which I think at least my story hoped to show is the importance of mobility and having the right to travel, work and study in another country, which from the UK now is really under risk. And if UKIP or the Tory right get their way, we will not be able to travel, live and work and to co-construct Europe in that same way. So it is important to, I mean, the artwork, it's all a starting point, but it still needs to be pushed a bit more to connect with the rights and the political process, about maintaining the rights we have and engaging in the political process at a European level. So just to add a few things about what Europe really offers in terms of it, well, for me and from some of the experiences I've had, you can challenge your ideas and experience cultural differences. And this to a certain, well, this you definitely get by living in another country. You totally get challenged, like in Italy, the information is no longer written down on information boards and posters. You have to you have to learn that information is within people. You have to ask people where the bus stop is or how you buy a bus ticket. So things like this really challenge your ways and understandings of working. Is that possible to the same extent online when you're communicating between different people in different countries and communicating through these blogs? I don't know, but for sure it has to be much freer in order to have that confrontation which you need to have in order to be able to work with the teachers to help the young people to learn about cultural difference. And I wondered how much could be learnt from those moments of censorship of that Spanish, like the Spanish YouTube thing being put up online. Perhaps if there was then a discussion in all the schools about, well, what could this mean in Spain and how is this different in England? How do we understand this differently? And what learning could happen from this, as opposed to just, I'm not criticizing, I'm just trying to help to develop it further. Like those moments of critical moments could have a real possibility for learning from it. And for sure, working across Europe has built my confidence and given great opportunities. And I would want the young people also to know from this that they can develop, they can take this further in the future. They can do a volunteer project abroad. They can go and study in another country or do an apprenticeship somewhere else. And that this is all funded, and everybody really has the opportunity to be able to do that. Fear, UKIP, well, I just wanted to raise that. This is a tremendously good project in terms of how can you overcome this fear, where are the starting points, but it's something that we need to consider going forward, how to develop this project further so it doesn't die in order to arrest some of those things. Is European citizenship an elitist project? Well, I mean, you could say, oh, maybe from my experience it was, but then from the experience that you've brought in this project is that all young people in all these classes could have a go and engage and discuss with other people across Europe. So it has opened it up for more people. Complexity, well, I think if you take it from the bottom up, it ceases to become so much of a complex topic. Of course, the European institutions are complicated and difficult to understand, but if you start from where you have with your art projects, the relationships, the identity, and build towards the more complex topics, then I think that at least you have a solid foundation to build from. And to finally just to say that it is a political process, and we all need to be constantly engaged, because we are out there building and constantly rebuilding what European citizenship is, and it only works if everybody's involved.
Okay, thanks very much, Fran. Thank you. So, thank you very much.
Such good friends.
We're,
We're a double act.
We're doing a different kind of double act.
We're doing
I should explain that the reason that I don't have a slide, and it's quite unusual for me not to have a slide for you to look at to begin with, is because I wanted to make sure I thought about the things I heard and saw and wanted to make a response. So I've been making lots of notes to myself and doodling all over a piece of paper. And on the way here, I had this idea. If I could find 7 words that began with the letter C, you might remember the things that I was trying to communicate. My problem is that during the day I had a list of over 20. There were so many, and while the last activity was taking place, I've tried to get down to a list of 7. So I'm going to ask Sue to type those 7 words up for me so that you understand the words that I'm using. The first one is to do with context. Now this one really interested me because from an art education point of view, everything I heard today was about the context in which it was produced. The cultural context, the country's context, the political context, the educational context, and of course the context of the teachers. And I'll come back to the teachers many times in the things I want to say. So that's to do with their appreciation, whether that was children, whether it was adults, the workers, whoever was involved in the project communicated something of that context. There were lots of things to do with the artworks that were looked at, which were very contextual. And we heard one of the groups talked about using the mirror to hold up to see the person that was looking at it. And I think that quite a lot of what we saw today and I've heard about through the project has been about the context, also of other people, but of ourselves. Learning about ourselves by looking at others, beginning to realise differences or commonalities. There were also things, Miles said something about the child that said, you could do better than this. And that does link to something you said about the critical nature of looking at artworks. And I think somehow we can help children to become more critical in a positive way. So I want to commend the project for giving that opportunity, but it all depends on who helps children to be positive. Back to teachers. I told you they'll become a theme. There was also something about confusion. You know, this is not the second word, that's not the second C word. I've managed to weave it in under context. When we see things that don't make sense, sometimes that drives us to find sense. So it becomes a precursor, an introductory step to learning. And I think that there are several examples of that I've heard during the course of the day, where things didn't quite make sense, either to the researchers, or to the children, or to the teachers. And I think that part of the power of art within the learning process is to help us make some sense. Now we're to the second one. Challenges. I think good art education is full of challenges. It helps us to challenge the assumptions that we bring. And I said teachers would be a recurrent theme, but we've heard several times where the teachers who were involved in the project could control the things that happened. They would affect the challenges of the pupils, the challenges of the curriculum, but also the challenges of the artwork itself. They had a hand in doing all of that. And I just want to say, I think that there are elements here about good art education which maybe need to be looked at more closely. There were some things to do with the technologies. So we've got good use of new technology, but in turn that becomes a challenge in itself. Now, my understanding of the history of art is that it's always been about the challenges of technology. I don't know if you heard the news this week, but there were some artworks in Indonesia which were dated again and have overnight become the oldest human artwork on the planet. I'll come back to that because it's outside of Europe. But the fact is that they were made by spitting paint or pigment at a hand and leaving an impression of a handprint. Very simple, but a technology. We wouldn't have had painting outside if someone hadn't invented the technology to turn tin, the metal, into little tubes to put the paint in. So there is this sense of the story of art, human art, is always bound up in technology. So the use of digital technologies is just another new era. It's something else that we will play with, we'll do things with. And I think that that's something that we ought to be encouraging children in too. But it does expose something about assumptions. That's to say, if I'm a teacher who believes art is this, and I define it in a particular way, then whatever is produced outside of that way is not art. It's not good art, or it might not even be art. And I'll come back to the story that you mentioned with Van Gogh later, because I think that's quite an interesting insight. I think it was Fiona who said something about architecture in the national curriculum. No, was it Barbara? Someone has said something about architecture today.
Richard and me have a section.
Okay. I just want to correct something. Architecture has been mentioned in the English art curriculum since 1999. It's not been well taught. It's often been overlooked by teachers who didn't realise it was there, who didn't see it as art, but it's there. So there are issues about the assumptions, the boundaries of the subject, the interpretation, all of that within that heading of challenges. There is also the challenge of the future. So what? Now we've done this. How do we tell other people? How do we share it? How do we learn from it? All of those things are part of the challenge that I want to present from the project. The third heading is concepts. And I've started to mention some of those already, from the concepts of the teachers, the concepts of their children, the concepts of their families, their understanding of what these things mean, but particularly I want to say something about the process of making art. What is more important, the product or the process? Sometimes when I go to art exhibitions, all I see is the product. I have no idea how it's been done, and I have to try and work that out for myself. With children in the classroom, I think the really important part is the process. I don't have a problem if the artwork isn't finished. I don't have a problem if the child chooses to do something different, because for me, the important thing is the process. And I think we as educators also need to remember the process of learning. It will change, it will alter. It might come to a sudden stop. It's okay. From some work that I know, there's a difference of mental orientation, as it were, in art, by art teachers, as to whether they believe in art as a defined form. I'm going to call them modernists for simplicity, the modernist view of art, or whether a postmodernist view of art actually is more beneficial. And in this instance, of course, we had a real link with contemporary artwork. So unsurprisingly, Van Gogh, not part of the understanding of the postmodernist, belongs to a previous era. If you see his work and his peers' work as being what we should be aspiring to, then of course there's going to be real problems in working in the way that we've seen the children working across Europe. But I also want to challenge the concept of autonomy, children's autonomy. Are any of us ever actually autonomous? Aren't we interdependent? Don't we need one another? So the notion that individual children should be encouraged to do things on their own for themselves is, to my mind, questionable through the realm of art education. I've already mentioned the Indonesian art that I was aware of in the last week or so. I was really pleased that someone found some very old artwork from outside of Europe. Why? Because too many people think that art started here. And in fact, before this dating process, there was almost a Eurocentric pride in the Spanish and French artworks in the caves, in the various parts of those lands, because it reinforced this notion that it's ours. And it's not ours, it's humankind's. So the notion of being prepared to look outside of Europe as well, for me, is important. I'm going to get quicker now. Fourth one, contemporary, because that leads into it, everything I've been saying. Contemporary artwork, sometimes really difficult and challenging, sometimes says different things to different people in different contexts. So we have all these possibilities, and now we're into the realm of having to believe that there might be more than one answer. We have seen some female artists' work. I'm ever so pleased Rachel White-Reed gave you permission to use the word in there. Lots of teachers, especially in the UK, don't know about female artists, either contemporary or past, but the fact is they don't know. So they reinforce what they do know, and that's a problem. But we've also got issues around the materials that could be used. And I find it fascinating that as we think about contemporary artwork, quite often in the classroom what we end up seeing is a reinforcement of historic materials, rather than thinking, what does the technology now allow us to do? And Miles, one of those documents you referred to, I think had an example of art teachers putting a fish on a piece of cling film and scanning in the image belonging to the art room. The challenge for the art teacher to think differently rather than to reinforce everything that's happened before. Which brings us to number 5, controversy.
Going to put the R in there.
Well, we've already talked about the addition of different artists, thinking about the understanding or indeed the misunderstanding that teachers could be putting in through their teaching. And sometimes controversy is difficult to control or to introduce or to handle in the classroom. Lots of teachers avoid it because of that. Whereas art is a medium, a vehicle for exploring controversy. There are different ways of exploring things. I was quite interested, I think it was in one of your images, the child had included reference to Hitler, and there was a little tank and the swastika. And in some classrooms in the UK, the teacher would be really worried about the appearance because they're not studying the Second World War, so it shouldn't be there. But culturally, I know how important that would be in Finland too.
We had Stalin also.
Yes, I think everyone travelled through Finland at some point, didn't they? But through artwork, we do have that opportunity to explore. We also have the confidence, we have the opportunity to build confidence, but we also see the reflection of the underconfidence, the lack of confidence by teachers. So it's a challenge for us, it's a controversial way of working, to suggest that there are lots of answers and teachers need to be prepared to accept them. Sometimes it's difficult or unpalatable. We don't really want to think about them. And I thought it was quite interesting, the degree of creativity outside of adult control with the ID theft that you referred to with the child's avatar.
It's one way of putting it.
It is simply creativity, but it's not the direction we wanted to travel in. So, which brings us to the sixth point, and I'm nearly there, children's cognition. It is, after all, the point of being in school. It's about the development of learning. So the curriculum could open that, could close it. We've got issues around conversation. Should we be getting children to talk together as they're making artwork? Is it about a competition? Should I feel that I can draw better than or less good than you? I don't think so. I don't think that's good art education. I think it's about developing everybody. Which brings me into all sorts of interesting words like inspiration, developing understanding, teaching techniques, the process of engagement and the production. So we've got children knowing how to make something, being inspired by looking at other artists' work, thinking through all those things through. But also, and I heard this quite a few times today, but also through the project, the use of humour. It's nice to laugh together. It does not only lift the spirit, but it also helps us to appreciate the learning that we're going through. Which brings me to the last point, which I'm hoping is a positive one to finish with. Cheering.
Oh, that's right, I promise.
Okay. I've not been double checking the spelling, so you're okay. How nice to be able to talk about something which is positive. How nice not to hear teachers telling me something can't happen, the curriculum won't allow it. How nice to hear people saying, but this will work. Emma, the teacher from the UK, was a breath of fresh air this morning for me. She said that she wanted to make something work and there was no limit. There was no reason why she shouldn't. But there was the engagement of pupils. We heard a lot about the apparent difficulties that have been faced along the way. Some of them have become problematic due to time. And I think time is always a challenge, especially in art education, especially if you're waiting for something to dry and you need to move on to something else. But the cheering, I also want to include, wasn't it good that we took risks? Wasn't it good that the rules were questioned or reinterpreted? Wasn't it good that art education, the development of art, was seen as important? And then very lastly, just to end with the funds of knowledge, the term that was being used, I think actually becomes the biggest challenge, but the big cheer for us all. It needs to be shared and developed. So from an art perspective, I just want to commend and congratulate the project. Thank you.
does anyone have any questions from the panel? I know it's that point in the day, isn't it? We're feeling a little bit to run down. Well, again, I'd like to thank all three of you for obviously giving your time and also just lending your expertise to this. And we very much hope to also get in contact with you in the coming months as we continue on. I'm not quite sure which way we're going, but we will see how it develops. And also your feedback and input today has been very helpful in helping us think about where we are now and where we might want to go. Because as many of you know in here who conduct research, while you're in it, sometimes you're so close to it, it's quite hard to actually see where you are and where we might go next. So that's extremely helpful to all of us. We have got a little something for each of our panelists. Just to say thank you very much. Because also we're giving up on Saturday, and it's also, I've only ever done it once, a response, and it's really scary. Because you kind of have to sit there and think, oh, I've got to pay attention all the time. I can't sit there and think, oh, should I have dinner tonight? So, thanks very much. Okay, so thank you, Peter. Thanks very much, Peter. Yeah. Thank you, yes. I'm just praying that everybody thinks. It's very much a theme of the project. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, lovely. So we've got one last bit where I'm going to just show you our most a really, really exciting thing that has just literally come to us this week, which is our digital catalogue. Whilst I just set that up on the screen, I have to ask you, as is the nature of all conferencing that's funded, in your red pack is a little survey. It's very simple, it's only a few questions, and I wanted to put each of you fill that in for us, please, so that I can show it to the EU and say, we evaluated it, here's what people said. But also we do have some new feedback. So I'll just give you a few minutes whilst I do that, and then I shall show you the catalogue, and then we will be moving. Miles, can I only Miles? See, Miles is indispensable. We need to actually clone him. Thank you.
You'll notice the thing I forgot, which was to attach the cards for people who wanted to give us feedback, but I will be in touch with each and every one of you. I have all your emails via Lucy, and at that point I will say if you'd like more information or you'd like to continue to be involved with us, then obviously you can get back in touch with me. But also at the end of today, please do take any of the literature which is available free, including the impact books at the back table there. There's also my contact details there too, if you'd like more information. I think most people look like coming to an end on the writing up of the survey. So I'm absolutely delighted to be able to launch today our catalogue, which is basically a summary. What we've tried to do is summarise the key findings in each country, but also across the partner countries, and put it into a digital catalogue, which will be available, which is available via our website. This is the first public showing of it anywhere in the world, I think, isn't it, Miles? So it's very, very exciting for us today, because we could, of course, have made a sort of paper copy and put it in your packs. And originally we were going to create a CD, but of course that was 3 years ago. And we realised, as Miles says, who does anything with CD-ROMs apart from pop your coffee cup on them nowadays? So we thought a digital catalogue would be the way to go. This way, it enables us to do it in multiple languages. So in the other countries, the catalogue has been translated into various languages. You'll be able to see it in its home language, read articles, download teachers' resources, and access our catalogue and gallery of images. And so you can just see in here, and if you want to look further, it's available on the tablets at the back of the room. We've formulated a catalogue that's based on our gallery of artists' images, but there are also further images from the project in here. There are discussions in here which relate to the database of artworks, the importance of art education and writing that we have done. There's also writing that reflects on what we found in the project in relation to EU citizenship, European citizenship. This is, as we say, the very first showing of this. There are glitches, which first of all I find fascinating. I've just noticed that the production company put EU citizenship rather than European citizenship on that tab. So it's quite interesting how that relates to what we were saying earlier. For teachers and other users, we've put some samples of our lesson plans, classroom observations and other work reflections on doing this kind of work with children in here. But obviously, this is a snapshot. The catalogue is a standalone product. And on our main website, come the end of the year, there will be lots more lesson plans, lots more resources and materials that will all be free access to teachers. We also decided to give very specific sections in here in relation to pupils' voice and teachers' voice and how those came through the project. And these are discussed by different partners. You can see that the authors for the different sections of the catalogue came from different countries. So it wasn't sort of just me as the director saying, I'll take your work and just edit it all. The Spanish team wrote and presented and developed the whole section on pupils' voice. That was their developing area of expertise, etc. So you'll see the whole way through that different countries have made different contributions. We have different experiences, teachers' voice experience and dialogue from every school that took part in the project. A whole section here looking at blogging and online blogging, and also we will be adding to this via what happens on our website. And then further reflections, just as we've had on the research, on doing the research, practical issues, and other work if other people were interested in replicating this research. And then, of course, at the bottom, the Portuguese team drew together the recommendations from all 6 partner countries, and they wrote a very concise document to try and describe what the key recommendations would be. And it's always very lovely in hindsight, of course. We look back and go, ooh, if we started again, we would do this. But also what this is a good stimulus for the next cycle or for a new cycle for getting funding and doing further research in this area. And then also what we feel is extremely important are useful resources for all educators or anyone who's interested in aspects of art, of citizenship, of developing relationships, interactions relating to contemporary art and talking about citizenship and identity. So we've put up key websites, and also the catalogue outlines all our favourite ones, together with useful resources and other ideas. And again, these are from partners right across Europe. So you may well be very interested to see what a teacher is saying in Finland about media education, or what can I access, you know, from the Irish team, or, you know, what might be helpful for me. Some are in English, but obviously some are in their home languages. So this is the culmination of full screen, right? This is the culmination of the project, and also to summarise today was to have the digital catalogue for you to have a look at online. And obviously you can just log into the website. If you take one of our little calling cards, there's a QR code on the back. You can just scan that if you have a smartphone, and you can go straight into this website and have a look at what we've been doing. As I said, Miles is working away on it in the background, and in the next month we will be launching a brand new website to coincide with the culmination of the project and the final conferences. As I've said before, please do feel free to take things away. Thank you all very, very much for coming out on a Saturday. We realise we're all very tired too, but also it's been extremely exciting and really, really interesting to just have a day to listen, to watch people, to see what's been happening, and to see how people have been responding to the project. If any of you are interested at all in doing anything with children in your schools to do with blogging, to do with developing any projects like this, we really welcome you to get in touch with us. We would love to actually offer help, support, advice, and other guidance. And on behalf of the partners, I don't know if anyone else has anything else to say. No? Thank you all very much for coming. Very safe journey home. And that's all I can say. Thank you again. Oh, if I could have the survey responses, if you just plug them on the table here, thank you, and then I can put them all together. Oh, thank you. I'll take that. Lovely. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.